live in Washington, but I don't want to say exactly where I was in case anyone tries to go there. I can't be responsible for that. Until recently, I never believed in Bigfoot or anything like that, because I've been camping at least 5 to 10 times a year for over a decade without seeing anything remotely unusual. I don't just go a few miles into the woods either. I hike for more than a day to get to some of my campsites. I was supposed to be on this last trip for 2 weeks, but I came back in less than 1. I got set up without any problems, but things started getting weird on day 3. I'd been fishing all afternoon and into the evening, and I started packing up my gear as it grew dark. The moment I bent over to close my tackle box, a large boulder hit the ground about 5 feet to my right. There were no cliffs or overhangs for it to fall from, so it had to have been thrown, but it weighed nearly 50 pounds. I couldn't see over the steep embankment, but I called out to make my presence known, and the only response I received came in the form of a second, larger boulder. I watched it sail through the air and land within a few feet of the first one. I thought someone must be playing with a homemade catapult and just be too far back to hear me, so I used my air horn. I was so startled by the whole thing that I didn't let go of it until my head was ringing. The silence afterward was loud in its own way, but no more boulders flew over the hill, and that's all that really mattered. Next, I went looking for the jackasses responsible, but I couldn't find any trace of other people being out there. It was too dark to continue searching, so I reluctantly returned to my camp, ate some dinner, and went to sleep. I figured whoever had been launching the rocks was scared away by the air horn and unlikely to return. But then I woke to the sound of 3 loud knocks. It sounded as if someone were hitting a tree with a wooden bat, hard. It hurt my hand just thinking about it. I heard it again, a few times later, and I went outside with my light, but I couldn't see anything. Just as I was about to give up, I heard it again, only it was immediately followed by a second set, coming from a different direction. Whatever was out there had a friend. But I was all alone. I continued searching with my light, but never saw or heard anything until the next set of knocks sounded roughly 10 minutes later. The first round came from the north again, but the second round answered from directly behind me. I'd been surrounded. That's when I went from concerned to terrified. Then something in the forest growled so low and deep that it reverberated in my bones. Until that moment, I was certain it had to be humans messing with me. But I don't know anything that could make that sound. I don't even know an animal that could come close. A second growl, just as loud and menacing, answered the first. And the sound of broken branches told me it was moving closer. In an act of sheer desperation, I threw a whole book of matches onto the fire pit. I'd left it piled high with plenty of kindling for an easy start in the morning, and it flamed up instantly. Now, operating under the assumption I was dealing with some kind of creature, I sounded my air horn and threw every branch within reach into the fire. The footsteps stopped, and when I looked in the direction they came from, I saw a massive shadow standing in the densest part of the tree line. It was so big, I thought it was the outline of several trees tangled together, until I saw the shining red eyes, nearly 10 feet in the air. They didn't move or blink. They only stared at me, and their gaze felt heavy, like a weight on my soul. I don't mean to sound fanciful or anything, but whatever was looking at me through those eyes was pure evil. I could feel it. One more gut-churning growl sounded from behind me, and I turned towards it, simultaneously pressing the air horn as I did so, and when I turned back, the looming shape was gone. I didn't see or hear anything else that night, and I damn sure didn't go back to sleep. That morning, I checked the woods around my campsite and found footprints bigger than both of my feet combined. I'd never seen anything like that. I've always been a practical person, but I can't think of a single explanation other than Bigfoot. Regardless of what I encountered, I wasn't willing to risk a second meeting. I packed my things and hiked back to my Jeep without even stopping for food. Ultimately, I made it back with just 20 minutes to spare, and I've never been so grateful to leave the woods. I'm not saying I'll never go camping again, but I definitely need some time to reassess what I thought I knew about our world. I was leaving a bar in Ballard after a friend's party in February 2021. I hadn't drank that night. I'd been sober for 12 years, and I found that one of the benefits is that you get to take your car home at the end of the night. My car was parked a few blocks down the street. A couple hours earlier, the snow had really started to come down. When it started to stick and accumulate on the railings outside the bar, I decided to give my hugs goodbye and try to make it home. It was close to 2, and the bars would be having their last call any minute. Right now, the sidewalks and roads were empty. I could hear live music and muted laughter from the tinted windows I'd pass, each filled with people who'd soon be hitting the roads. I began to jog, hoping I'd have enough time to beat the clogged-up side streets near the locks. I'd find myself passing one of the entrances closest to the botanical garden. The tall metal fence was closed for the night. It stretches most of that block. A couple feet past the entrance, the other side of the fence gets thick with shrubbery, blocking the view from the outside. I continued to walk on that strip of sidewalk parallel to 54th Street, my eyes once again fixed in front of me. That's when I caught something ahead of me that stopped me in my tracks. A pair of thin arms were reaching out from the bars. Both hands were grabbing at the air, pausing, then again lunging randomly into the sidewalk's path. The lampposts that line this sidewalk are bright. I got close enough to see the nails adorning their fingers were long and black. Before I got too close, I started walking at the edge of the sidewalk, out of reach from these two outstretched arms. Just before I cross its path, the arms suddenly jolt backwards, out of view, making a rush of noise as they pulled back through the leaves and away from the bars that separated us. The feeling it gives my stomach reminds me of how it felt walking through my grandma's house at night when I was young. A rising, tingling terror that makes you want to run as fast as you can. The shoes I wore that night were more business attire, and I'd come to discover how terrible they'd be for maneuvering in the snow. I nearly slipped 14 times before I got to my car, but I didn't stop running until I got there. Thankfully, my car was all-wheel drive. I barely got out of there before the roads were unmanageable, almost getting stuck more than once as I got closer to Golden Gardens. I willed myself home, though. There was no way I wanted to encounter what I'd just seen again. I just wanted to get home and forget. But I haven't quite figured out how to forget this one. Last winter, I got snowed in at a friend's cabin in the mountains when a freak blizzard hit. I was only supposed to be there for the weekend while I finished the final edits on a novel. That in itself wasn't too big of a deal. I always over-prepared, so I had plenty of food and water. The only thing I lacked were weapons. I shouldn't have needed one. It probably wouldn't have helped anyway, but at least I would have felt some illusion of safety. It wasn't rough living out there at all. The entire cabin was powered by a beast of a generator, and by some miracle, the water pipes never froze. Under normal circumstances, it would have made for a great vacation. But Sunday night, just after sunset, I heard a scream coming from deep in the forest. It sounded like some poor woman was being killed. I called the police, but the roads were completely impassable. They couldn't even send a helicopter over until the following morning, and by then, it would be too late. I couldn't stand the thought of sitting by a cozy heater while someone was dying right outside. Finally, I convinced myself that the woman could make it to me if only she knew I was there. It wasn't too difficult to dig my way out the window. The hard part was staying out there. I yelled as loudly as I could, my mind racing for a way to find this other woman, and I became so lost in thought that I almost didn't hear the reply. A faint, distant voice that sounded strangely familiar to my own came from the darkness, but I only understood the last few words. "Is someone there?" "Yes," I shouted back, instantly full of adrenaline. With only my phone for a light, I dared not to wander in after her and have us both be lost. Instead, I called back for her to follow the sound of my voice. After a few minutes passed with no further communication, I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. But then she answered again. "Hello? I'm here." I shouted louder than ever in my excitement, and soon I heard her moving through the brush. I ran a few feet into the tree line, meaning to meet her when she came into sight, but my legs nearly gave out when I saw what was actually coming towards me. I could just make out a cloaked figure. It was a humanoid-shaped patch of darkness, blacker than anything you've ever known. And in the place you would expect to see its eyes were two tiny, glowing red orbs. The greatest fear I've ever felt washed over me, and my flight or fight instinct chose to fly. I flew back into the cabin without turning back, and I had no clue if that thing was chasing me or not. I locked the door and checked every window without turning on a single light, and I waited there in the darkness. 2 hours later, I was finally beginning to relax when a set of heavy footsteps suddenly walked onto the little deck outside. They came up each step slowly, and the sharp thuds pounded in concert with my panicked heart. I knew it had to be that thing. It was impossible for anyone else to be out there. Nothing in the world could have made me open that door when the knocking started. At first, it was almost normal, like a neighbor at your door. But then it became desperate and violent. Eventually, I heard the woman's voice again. She was begging for me to let her in. The longer it continued, the more forceful the creature became. But finally, less than an hour before sunrise, it left. I heard it walk back across the deck, down the steps, and away from the cabin. When it was nice and bright outside, I dug my Explorer out of the snow, packed my bags, and nearly killed myself getting off that mountain. But I made it. By that night, I was safe and sound back in the city, where the only monsters are other humans. When I was 15 or so, me and my group of friends all slept over at one of our friends' houses. This dude lived in the most absolutely rural area of our already rural town, basically in the middle of the woods, a house just absolutely surrounded by thick walls of trees. In the evening, we decided to go out and start a bonfire deep in his woods. So we packed up, got our materials, and went straight out into the woods. On the way to the spot we'd be making our campfire at, he told us how fucked up and creepy his woods are. He told us the numerous things that he's seen. White, skinny figures peeking around his shed, staring at him, and running off when he looked at it. Screaming and whispers coming from the woods, figures watching him, all that good stuff. It set the mood pretty well. By around 7 at night, we had the campfire set up. It was pitch black outside, as it was the middle of winter in New Hampshire. I can still remember how creepy the whole vibe was that night. You couldn't see a single thing because the ring of light coming out of the fire, everything else was just a black wall of nothingness. And the sound of the forest, it was so quiet that it was almost deafeningly loud if we didn't talk. We ended up needing more firewood, amongst other things, to sustain us and the fire, so my friend takes me with him to go back and get it. Without a flashlight or any source of light, me and him walk the 1.5 mile long trail back to his house in complete and utter darkness. It was all good. We were talking, joking with each other, having a good time just hanging out. When the first noises started, he immediately made me stop talking. To my left and my right was a bunch of different sounds, screaming, laughing, talking, whispering, shouting, people saying inaudible words. It sounded like there were something around 20 people around us. The natural night vision had set in a decent amount. I looked over at my friend, who had his head down and didn't say a single word. Known for being a complete goofball and a wild, funny dude, I'd never seen him look so shaken and serious in my life. He had this look to him that still haunts me to this day. We knew him, and he portrayed himself as this fearless leader type of our group. Seeing him so shaken up and afraid was really, really unsettling. I started to say something along the lines of, "What the fuck is that?" before he cut me off and told me to be quiet, face forward, and not to pay attention to any of the sounds. I did what he said, and the next 3 or so minutes was uncomfortable and terrifying. I remember feeling sick to my stomach. By the time we reached his house, the sounds had stopped. We both grabbed what we needed to grab in the silence, and that's when I could really listen to the sheer quietness of that night. No birds, no sticks falling, no sound. Absurdly silent. We walked back to the campsite. Nothing else occurred that night. Still my most unsettling and bizarre experience that I've almost no explanation of. This could be a paranormal experience, although I'm not sure. Last year, I lived in a furnished apartment across town for almost 6 months while waiting for repairs to be completed in my actual apartment building. There wasn't very many people living in my building at the time, so only a few of these units were occupied by people from my same building. The rest were just residents who lived there full-time. The apartment itself was more like a studio, so a little smaller than I was used to, but it was really nice and really clean. I actually started to quite enjoy the space while I was there. It sat up against a green belt or a wetland of some kind. You could hear a constant stream of water. There was a small balcony where you could sit maybe 2 people comfortably, so I liked to sit out there during the hot summer nights. You could hear the nature over the sound of traffic in this spot, thanks to that stream. During the day, you would hear birds, small critters, you'd see deer. In the night, it was the sound of owls, coyotes, but also a symphony of sounds created by the various bugs and frogs that occupied the wetland. Part of me didn't want to leave this place, but this is early in, maybe 2 months. When the fall started to approach, things changed. I mean, technically for me, everything changed. I can't even think about the woods the same, let alone see them without wondering, is that thing in there? It was just after Labor Day, the first cool day that we'd had since June. It finally felt decent inside, but it felt even better outside with the breeze. I remember thinking that the moon looked exceptionally large that night. Beautiful, but larger than life, and acting as a giant nightlight for the evening. When I recall what happens next, it feels like my eyes were temporarily closed. I was listening to the sounds. They were soothing, until they went mute. Aside from the stream, everything went quiet at the same time. I opened my eyes and looked towards the green belt. I wondered why the sound had suddenly ceased, but I couldn't explain it. Then, just as I thought I'd give it no more thought, a loud wailing began. I'd never heard anything like this in real life, inasmuch as I wanted to blame it on a neighbor's loud television or their idea of a joke. I knew the sound came from outside. It came from the very green belt I was so fond of. A moment later, I heard the balcony door to my left open, and I saw a man lean over. He was from my original building, a guy named Sam, who was about 27, like myself. He asked if I'd heard that noise, and if I thought it sounded like a scream. I told him I'd never heard anything like that. If it was a scream, what was screaming like that? He was about to say something when the loud wailing sounded again, absolutely closer this time. It was the only sound I could hear, and I had a bad feeling about it. I didn't hear Sam go inside, but he was gone when I had the nerve to peek over the side and whisper his name. I was alone out there, and so I decided to stand up and slowly make my way inside. But when I did, I saw more of the green belt. I saw something larger than anything I'd ever seen, not just in this area, but in the woods in general. Sure, I don't go backpacking every weekend, but I'm familiar with the wildlife in my state. In this area, this thing stood as tall as some of the young trees, but its girth, it could have taken those trees from their roots. I couldn't tell if the thing had fur. I didn't know if it was a giant human or I don't know. But I eventually saw it see me. Before, I couldn't be sure where it was facing, but the presence of two glowing red eyes suddenly appeared where this thing's head should be. I felt legitimately frozen. I knew if I really tried, I could likely move or even look away, but it was like I couldn't try too hard, or wouldn't. The strange sensation of being terrified, yet not trying to move. I couldn't understand it, even as I was doing it. I remember thinking, where's the moon's brightness? Why won't it show me what I'm looking at? The longer I stared, the more everything sort of dispersed. Everything besides these two red eyes, or whatever they were. Then I didn't feel those things anymore. And even though I can still remember as much detail as I provided here, I still feel like I'm missing something. Like, I don't remember the eyes going away. I don't understand what happened, and I don't understand what I saw. I just know from then on I was eager to get back to my apartment. Well-lit streets, busy sounds of traffic. I suddenly missed the view of the theater from my apartment building. The neon sign used to sort of bother me, but after that moment, I longed for the light. So, I guess I'm just one of those people who's of the personal opinion that there are strange things in the woods, and it's probably not just here in the Pacific Northwest. My husband is from Russell, Pennsylvania, and he's a big, burly mechanic that doesn't get spooked very often. But he told me a story from his childhood that he apparently never got over. Has anyone else heard of this? Deep in the woods of the Allegheny National Forest, my husband and his dad were deer hunting. My husband says that he had a buck in his sights. He's about to pull the trigger, and the buck turns its head and makes eye contact with him through the zoom, like it was aware of his intentions. My husband felt a weird sense of hesitation during this time. He says that this big buck stood up like a human. Not only that, it started walking towards his hunting spot. His dad saw it too, but pulled the trigger. It hit the deer in the chest, but didn't drop it. Instead, it got back on all fours and ran away. I have to know, has anyone else seen deer walking like humans in the Allegheny National Forest? We had a neighbor in Michigan who passed away in such a peculiar manner. The oddity of it all really shook our small community. It was the early 80s. Most kids had curfews after the streetlights turned on. In the area I lived in, we were told to get inside before the sun set. In grade school is where I learned about Bloody Mary. Me and my friends would try to scare each other by saying that we really saw her in the mirror. When we would have sleepovers, we would take turns going into the dark bathroom, staring into the mirror and saying Bloody Mary 3 times. Each of us would burst from the bathroom and swear on everything that our fictitious story of what we saw was the God's honest truth. Then a kid that goes to our school went missing. Sniffer dogs would find his head and torso in a field. Reports said that there were large bite marks on the body, but they couldn't distinguish if they occurred pre- or post-death. As our parents tried to grasp meaning from the senseless tragedy, word spread around school that Bloody Mary got him. It was most likely a serial killer, as 2 more bodies of missing kids would be found around the Great Lake area within the same month. But none of them were quite as horrific or visceral as what happened to our classmate. The other bodies were intact. They'd been strangled and assaulted. The body of our classmate was completely ripped apart. The adults started coming up with their own theories, attempting to understand it all. At a town hall meeting, a farmer was mocked when he started talking about a giant black creature killing his livestock north of the field where they found the boy. But then, amidst the laughter and chatter, another voice speaks up from somewhere in the room, claiming they've also seen something dark as night running through the trees around his backyard. He described it as a wolf with eyes and teeth of a shark. As the crowd begins to steadily hush, more and more people come forward with accounts, all describing the same thing. After that meeting, a small group of willing men gathered weapons and flashlights, then went looking for whatever was in those woods. They combed all around the forest in ATVs all night and into the next day. One of the hunters claimed to have seen a dim, glowing ball of light following behind him while he was riding through the trees. It stayed behind him for a couple of miles, then went super fast past him, like a clap of lightning in the dark. None of the other men could confirm his story, though, because they'd all gone in separate directions trying to cover as much land as possible. A year would go by without an attack, then another and another. The town would eventually be able to reclaim its calm, pastoral feel and heal. Some still fully believe that it was an otherworldly being that visited the town, and some will claim that it was the work of a deranged serial killer that was caught years ago. I've done my best to sort these events chronologically. They took place when I was between the ages of 14 and 20. I'm currently 22. Until 2 years ago, I lived in a Polish village called Mojca. It's less than a kilometer away from the city of Kielce. Also, my friend Jacob witnessed several of these situations. The forest itself was huge, but that's typical for Poland. Jacob and I often spent our free time there. We loved to explore it. We built a small bridge over the stream so that we didn't have to go around or through it. A few days later, we were returning home when a stone almost hit me in the head. It looked like it came from a tree. We were still deep in the woods, so it's unlikely a person threw it. We joked about it even though it was technically a dangerous situation, but otherwise, we ignored it. At harvest time, We liked to jump over the hay bales that were tucked back in the forest. That way the farmers didn't see us. Once, when it was already getting dark, we saw a black figure behind a small stream. We watched it for a while, but we weren't concerned about it yet. We even joked that it might have been what threw the stone back then. Not long after this, we saw the figure 2 more times in the same areas. We found something like rabbit holes in a deeper part of the forest, but they were way too big. Nearby, we found a suitcase with strange things inside, and that was the last time Jacob went into the forest. I enjoyed running through the woods, especially in the evenings. I came across a phenomenon that I can only describe as earth breathing. In a certain area, the ground regularly rose and fell, like someone taking a deep breath. This is where things get really weird. I started running my usual route, but I ended up turning back when I heard a deep, unnatural growl from the bushes. Over the years, I've heard wolves and foxes, but they sound so much different. There didn't seem to be anything in the bushes, but I didn't want to tempt fate. Last, and probably the strangest thing of all, happened when I'm an adult. It was one of the few times I went into the forest after dark. I don't remember why I was there. I was walking a long trail when I heard a church choir singing in what sounded like Latin. It wasn't very far away, but it was coming from a denser part of the forest. Once I turned back, I didn't hear anything anymore. Years later, Jacob and I came to the conclusion that there were probably black masses or some kind of cult out there. We would often see suspicious cars hanging around. I'm not a big believer myself, but who knows? Growing up, my family's property in Michigan sat against vast woods. My parents would speak of strange occurrences, unsettling stories that they'd heard about the woods. Things like people's pets going missing, seemingly vanishing into thin air, in good numbers too. Stories of brave men being chased off their own property. My dad said that he could see the terror in the men's eyes as they recounted their encounters with a creature that they referred to as the Dog Man. Were they just stories to scare me and my friends? Not likely. These trees hold secrets. Or, hear the whispers of the leaves? That's Mother Nature. These are things that my mom would say. She was sort of that way, easygoing, if you will, nature type, be kind to earth, that type of thing. My dad, on the other hand, he had his own feelings about the woods. Not all the woods, just ours. He didn't go out there much, and even kept a loaded shotgun nearby whenever we were outside, especially at night. All these precautions I didn't fully understand until later, but regardless, these woods were both a playground and an enigma. The towering trees created a sanctuary, often filled with birds and squirrels, a scurrying deer here and there. Go a bit deeper and you'll find black bears, wolves, and the mammoth of them all, the moose. Most of these animals are more or less wary of people. It usually takes going into their space to see them. All in all, the woods felt inviting during the day. Nightfall, however, it brought a symphony of both terrifying and unsettling sounds. Howls through the silence, echoing, accompanied by rustling branches, crunching leaves, all creating some sort of haunting melody, one that's hard to ignore, especially after this night. This story is about my first and only encounter. The night childhood innocence collided head-on with the uncanny. My friends and I were sitting around a fire that had been lit for likely hours. We'd been sharing laughter and harmless banter, Unaware of the horrors that awaited us that night, my parents' house stood just a few paces away from the fire pit. And I recall a couple of times that night my dad asking us what all the yelling was about. Just being loud kids. As we exchanged stories of crushes and making fun of one another for those very crushes, our joyous night took an unexpected turn. Without warning, my dog, Tato, darted away from our spot and toward the woods. This was highly unusual, as Tato was typically obedient and seldom strayed far from my side. As Tato charged towards the looming woods, tail raised high in a defensive stance, I felt a legitimate wave of fear wash over me. One of my friends, unfazed by the dangers that potentially lurked in the woods, playfully dashed after Tato, imitating his movements in a foolish attempt to coax him back. Concern had officially gripped me, and I too sprinted toward the woods in an attempt to prevent either of them from going too far. As I reached the edge of the woods, my stomach twisted in a knot. Tato's growls were laced with both defiance and terror. He had entered the woods, and though dark, I could still see him, holding that defensive stance. I told my friend to stay back, only he laughed this off. He passed me and stood next to Tato, innocently requesting that he come back, that he leave it, whatever it was. Drawing closer, I saw something that surely defied all logic. Amid the darkness, in front of us but further back, stood a creature like none I'd ever seen before. Its massive, brawn-like frame was covered in wiry black fur. My eyes widened, fixated on its stance. Upright, it stood as though it was a person, but the shape of its head, it wasn't human at all. But it was also like no wolf I'd ever seen, and certainly like no dog I'd ever seen. Suddenly, I realized it was looking in our direction, but its eyes, reflecting in the moonlight, they were an otherworldly red hue. I knew then and there I was face to face with the dogman. The realization hit me like a freight train, and terror surged through my veins. An ungodly scream erupted from my throat, almost involuntarily. Only when I stopped screaming had I realized my friend was screaming too. Sensing imminent danger, he turned to me with fear-stricken eyes I'd never seen, and I knew without words what we needed to do. "Run," I screamed, my voice trembling with urgency. Legs pumping, hearts pounding, we sprinted away from that creature, Tato eventually getting ahead of us and going straight for the back door. My other friend had been watching everything from the safety of the fire pit. But once we all ran right past him, he too started running. As we reached the safety of my parents' house, gasping for breath, I knew deep inside that my life had changed. The dogman had just basically entered my backyard. For the next hour, maybe two, my dad sat in a camping chair with a lantern and a shotgun in front of those woods. He didn't see it for himself, but I always knew he believed me. We didn't let Tato outside alone ever anymore. Couldn't risk him running off with one of us not around to see him. I wasn't going to let my dog become a local statistic. After that night, the terrifying image of that creature would forever remind me that there are many hidden horrors in the woods. And I've always felt I didn't need to explore the ones in the heart of Michigan. As an adult, I'm perfectly happy and content living in the heart of the city instead. After retiring last year, I moved to the cabin my late husband and I spent our summers in. It's surrounded by miles of forest on every side, and we stayed here for 2 months out of the year from 1988 to 2020, when COVID got Johnny. That year I hired a maintenance man to help with the upkeep, but I came back with my sister the following year. I hadn't actually been there alone until the move, but I didn't think it would be a problem. Nothing unusual or worse than a flat tire had ever happened in all those years, but this was my first winter in the cabin. When the snow came, something else came with it. There's no trash service way out here, so when my bins are full, I take them to the dump, but until then, they sit beneath my small carport. Of course, I have to buy the heavy-duty bins with locks so wildlife doesn't tear into them, but that had never been a big deal before. Then one morning, I woke to piles of trash scattered all over my yard, with a trail leading into the forest. I thought I must have just forgotten to lock one of the bins, but when I checked, both locks were still securely engaged. Something managed to rip open the sides and pull the trash out that way. I can't even imagine a beast strong enough to do such a thing, but judging by the evidence, it was something with extremely sharp claws. I called my son and he came out later that afternoon with new, extremely heavy-duty bins. These made the old ones look like cheap stuff, and John Jr. promised the biggest bear in the world wouldn't be able to get into them. He even offered to spend the night just to make sure everything was all right, and it was. We ate steak dinners, threw the bag of leftovers in the bin, and they were still perfectly intact the following morning. It seemed like everything was back to normal, but 2 weeks later, the new bins were destroyed as well. It happened the same night as an awful storm. I listened to the wind and thunder all night, just praying that I still had a roof when morning came. The cabin was fine, of course, but the bins weren't. The one with the steak scraps had been ripped open just like before, and trash was scattered everywhere with a trail leading into the forest at the same spot. John Jr. didn't believe me when I called. I don't blame him for thinking that it had to be the storm, but wind doesn't create claw marks and peel the metal back like a tin can. You would need power tools or some kind of heavy-duty machinery to replicate the damage done to those things. Not knowing what else to do, we called the police. We knew they wouldn't be able to do anything per se. We mostly just wanted their opinion, so we said that someone had vandalized my property in the night. The officer on the phone thought that it was storm damage too, but we convinced them to send someone in the end. An hour later, 2 policemen arrived and took our statements along with some photos, but they were only placating me by that point. I think they felt sorry for me. They were very kind, and they agreed this wasn't storm damage, but they also didn't think that it was done by a human. That much we agreed on. Even if it was possible, what would be the point of driving all the way to such awful weather just to tear apart an old woman's trash can? I certainly don't have any enemies. They had no idea what kind of animal could pull off such a feat either, but they called someone from the Wildlife and Fisheries Department. The game warden came out a few hours later. He took one look at the damage and went pale as a ghost. He'd seen a few similar incidents over the years, always during the winter, at other homes in the area. There used to be a good number of cabins and hunting lodges around here, but now there's only a handful left. Most were torn down or abandoned. When I asked what the other homeowners did about the problem, he said they moved away or stopped coming during the winter months. An elderly man used to have a cabin just a few miles from mine. When something started tearing his trash apart, he simply stopped leaving it outside. Then one night, a terrible blizzard blew through, and his family was unable to reach him the following morning. His son-in-law came to check on him and found the front door ripped off of its hinges, blood everywhere. A trail of it was followed into the forest, but no other traces of the old man were ever found. I just don't understand how no one is doing anything about it. The whole area should be closed off until this creature is killed. People have died. I could have died. I spent the rest of last winter with my son and his family, but it was just too crowded to stay there long term, and I can't bear to part with the cabin. I know it sounds silly after everything I've said, but my husband and I had such wonderful times here. Nothing remotely unusual has happened since my return, but now it's almost winter again. and I don't think I should be here when the first snow falls. Over the years, I've heard a lot of ghost stories. Stories about people using Ouija boards. My friend talked to me just recently about his haunted basement, which I'll have to follow up with you on. But for now, this is my ghost story. Though I'm not entirely sure it was a ghost, but you tell me. It's the only thing I've ever experienced, and I'm grateful I experienced it with friends eventually. It's nice to know you're not crazy, even if you're 12. No one wants to lose their mind. So far, me and my friends are some of the only ones I've met who have experienced a haunted treehouse. Though the older I've gotten, the more I've come to terms with the fact that maybe it wasn't the treehouse itself. Maybe it was the woods. Our houses all sat along these woods in Central Oregon, my house the furthest into the neighborhood, at the end of the dead end. This means I had woods lining my backyard, but also had them alongside my house on the far side. When I was much younger, my dad learned that our property actually extended into those woods. However, we were unable to establish any plumbing or electrical, so adding onto our home wasn't really an option. Instead, my dad decided to build a pretty state-of-the-art treehouse, one that we used to all enjoy together as a family, until it became a spot exclusively for me and my friends. The first time I ever stayed out there alone, I didn't like it. In fact, I ended up back inside almost as soon as my parents were asleep. I was, for all intents and purposes, afraid. I disguised this by having friends with me most of the times that I was out there after dark. After all, the treehouse had always held positive memories. I was sure that I was just being a baby about being alone. I think I was around 11 or 12 when I decided to try sleeping out there alone again. My parents were painting my room, and since they didn't know I was afraid of the treehouse alone at night, they suggested I sleep out there. It was summer after all. For the night, I brought a little battery-powered radio out there, doubled up on blankets, and kept a walkie-talkie with me. The other receivers belonged to my two friends who were also neighbors. So I just wanted the walkie-talkie for reinforcements, I guess. While I was out there, I remember telling myself I wasn't tired and that's why I couldn't fall asleep. But even as my eyes felt heavy and started to close, I found myself forcing myself awake to avoid falling asleep out there. But eventually, nature took over. I'm only human after all, so I fell asleep. Not for long, or maybe it was. The one thing about being out there is I didn't have a way to tell the time. Anyway, I woke up to what I thought was my walkie-talkie going off. It startled me, and I fumbled for the receiver to silence the sort of piercing noise it was producing. I realized it was actually my radio making that noise. I turned it off before I even had a moment to think about how strange that was. I knew I had turned that off. In fact, I was sure I'd turned it off, batteries and all. When it turned on the first time, the radio was just producing static, like it was between actual functioning stations. But then it turned on again, only this time it sounded as though it was skipping through channels. I hadn't laid back down yet, so the radio was just within my grasp. Instead of grabbing it, I found myself sort of leaning forward. I wanted to see if the little red dial was moving, and it was indeed moving. The knob, however, was stationary. As a child, I remember thinking, what kind of magic is this? Yet there was this other part of me that wasn't so much amazed as it was afraid. I wanted to turn the thing off, but I didn't want to touch it. Then I felt something. The treehouse itself started to vibrate. I had no idea how, but it sure was. The radio kept doing its thing. It tipped over, but it didn't turn off. I'd never wanted to go inside so much. Everything inside of me was dedicated to the cause of making it to my house. At first, I was worried about moving while everything was vibrating, but it started to almost hurt. It was that powerful. When I went to climb down the ladder, I realized it was nearly impossible to grab onto the wood planks. The vibration was so strong, It's like my hands couldn't even grip the wood. The radio was almost silent in comparison to the buzzing sound that completely consumed me. If I hadn't been conscious of it, if I didn't move at all, I would have thought that for sure I was having some sort of seizure. After several moments, it stopped. Everything did. The radio was silent, the treehouse was no longer vibrating, so I wasted no time running back inside the house. I didn't think that I would sleep much that night, but I felt a world of difference being in my own bed, and I passed out. I didn't really spend much time out there alone after that incident. The treehouse actually gathered dust for a while, and my dad contemplated tearing it down. However, when I was around 15, I decided that the treehouse was absolute gold. No way I could give it up. Instead, my dad helped me run some extension cables and cords from the treehouse to the house. This gave me a little makeshift electricity while out there. That summer, it was equipped with a mini fridge, a small TV, and a Nintendo GameCube. It became the chill spot for a while, at least our entire freshman year. But I still, on the low, hated sleeping out there. I always found an excuse for us to go inside. One night, that didn't really work. My friends Riley and Jason were basically giving me a hard time, saying that they weren't done playing video games, and after a few more excuses, they just straight up said that they were too lazy to go inside, that it was too hot in there. So I caved and just said, fuck it, it's one night. I knew better, but you know how peer pressure is. Plus, I was technically their host. Was I just going to leave them out there? I decided my best bet was probably just to fall asleep before they did. The sound of Mario Kart in the background was almost soothing, but I was jerked awake. It felt exactly like when you're between sleep, and suddenly you feel like you're falling. My stomach dropped. Then, the vibration started. Only this time I wasn't alone. My friends were both wide awake, and from the looks of it, they were still playing video games, because the TV was on. It, along with everything else in the treehouse, was moving slightly. It felt identical to what I experienced as a child, and I hated it. I never heard Riley scream before, not that I could recall. So the sound, it almost didn't register, and it was so drowned out by the other noise. But I saw his face. He was horrified. I watched as he grabbed onto the wood framing and quickly let go, realizing it was impossible to grip. I tried to say out loud to just sit still. It will only be a couple minutes. You just couldn't really hear what I was saying. So I sat there, covering my ears, hoping they would do the same, and they did. Then, just like the first time, it all stopped. The TV was off, and the vibration was no longer present. Riley went straight for the ladder. Jason followed close behind. I took my time leaving, though. I had no idea what I was looking for, but I just felt like I was going to experience something. Another thing I still can't explain. Then, on my way down the ladder, it happens again. Mid-ladder, the vibration causes my hands to lose their grip on the wood, and I fall backwards. Luckily, my friends were already off the ladder by this point. Instead of crushing them, I just fell straight on my back, knocking the wind out of myself. On the ground, I couldn't feel any vibration, but it sounded like an extreme windstorm was making its way through the woods, only there was no wind. After my friends helped me up, I was able to catch my breath and follow them inside. We were far too jumpy to be quiet or even consider what time it was. Jason looked me dead in the eyes, and I'll never forget. He looked at me and said, "I saw something out there. Something big." He was serious, real serious, but he said he couldn't explain. Riley asked me what that was, why was the treehouse shaking like that, and what the fuck was up with the TV. By this time, my parents came down and were asking us what the heck was going on. Why were we yelling and running around? I wasn't even going to launch into the story, but Jason and Riley did it for me, telling my parents something was outside, something was shaking the tree and messing with the TV. They swore up and down that they turned off the TV. My parents, well, they just looked tired. Honestly, their lack of enthusiasm made what we experienced seem like nothing, but they weren't there. Essentially, we were told to keep it down and to either set up in the living room or my room. We opted for the living room. Nothing else happened, but by the time I woke up, both of my friends were gone. I called them later that weekend asking where they had gone. They both told me they couldn't sleep. They waited for sunrise and they walked home. They also said that they saw the TV turn on again. They could see a light glowing inside the treehouse from the living room. It shouldn't have been possible, since one of the things my dad did when we woke him up was unplug everything from the house. It shouldn't have even had power. So that was officially the last time I stayed the night up there. Well, it was the last time anyone stayed the night up there. My dad tore it down before senior year. I just have to know, has anyone else experienced something like this? In the woods or in their house? Anywhere? What was it? This happened to me while walking through the park near my old house at night. While the park looks like 2 square miles of pure nature, it's surrounded by the city on 3 sides, with a suburban area on the 4th. It's not in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes I go to this park after work. It's a safe place. Squirrels are the biggest animals, so there's usually nothing to worry about. This time, I veered away from the trails and went to the bottom of a wide ravine where there's a shallow stream and some ponds. Most of the shore is lined with bushes and trees, and there's a type of sticky black clay that the local villagers call black mud. It was a clear enough night, and there were no trees above the stream, so I could see without a flashlight. Everything seemed normal, but then I saw movement behind the bushes just 15 yards ahead of me. I walked forward slowly, trying not to make a sound. There was enough space between the bushes to see a small meadow on the other side, along with well, at first I thought it was a dog, but I can't remember anything about it. The only thing I remember is instinctively rushing backwards to the stream. There, I picked up the biggest branch that I could see and continued running away with frequent glances over my shoulder. But nothing was there. Half a mile later, I stopped on a hill that overlooked the ravine. All was calm and quiet. Confused, I dropped my stick and went home. I have no idea what it could be, but I was in full panic mode for a few minutes, and then I wasn't. It was like flipping a switch. When I was a kid, we lived next to a really big creek, and my dad would regularly take me to swim or look for fossils. We were in a rural area, so there weren't any other houses or people around. I'm not sure it has an actual name, but we always called it Riley's Creek, even though we have no clue who Riley is. My favorite area was a big swimming hole beneath an old bridge. For the most part, you could walk through the water anywhere you wanted and never go deeper than your ankles. But this was one of those sweet spots. I'm a lover of all animals, so I always paid attention to noises around me. Raccoons and deer were a common sight, but I was mostly looking for beavers. I enjoyed helping them build their dams, but looking back, I'm now realizing I probably did more harm than good. If nothing else, I'm sure they didn't appreciate my scent in their territory. Oh well, this isn't about beavers. This is about something much larger that I still can't identify. While I played in the swimming hole, Dad looked for fossils, but then he realized his beeper was still in the truck. It was so much faster for him to simply run back and get it rather than dragging me along. Some of the terrain was pretty rugged for an 8-year-old, and he had to carry me for those sections. Ultimately, he decided that I could be alone for a few minutes. It was the 90s after all, so he went without me. From where I sat in my big swimming hole, he had to walk up a steep hill to my left. On my right was the forest, and there was no place to get out on that side. just a steep embankment and the overgrown tree line. It's important to understand we're discussing two completely opposite directions. It was impossible for my dad to be in the woods, especially so fast. He was only out of my sight for a minute, probably less, when his voice called my name from the forest next to me. I was looking up the steep embankment and into the branches of the overhanging trees, rather than actually seeing into the woods. So I was completely blind from my spot. At first, I assumed I heard wrong, that Dad had simply returned to take me with him after all, but I didn't see him while crawling out of my swimming hole. I stood with my back to the dense forest and watched the place that Dad should have been standing, but there was still no sign of him. Then I heard, "Hey, Emma." It was definitely behind me, and definitely his voice. But the way he said it, it was weird. The inflection made it sound like a question, as if he wasn't sure it was me. But who else would it have been? When it happened, I turned around with a startled cry and scanned the area with desperate urgency. But the only thing I saw were jumbles of green and brown. I moved a few feet further down, but came to a dead stop when a pair of footsteps also began walking through the woods in the same direction. They stopped when I stopped, and as I turned back to the forest, I saw something too big to be human move behind a tree. It was on two legs, and there are no bears out in our area. And even if there were, that wouldn't have explained how it spoke. It called my name once more, only that time it sounded angry. I didn't want to stay there anymore. I wasn't sure how long Dad had been gone, but he should have at least been on his way back now. I thought if I raced to the truck, I would run into him sooner rather than later, but then I worried whatever was in the woods might chase me, and I wasn't sure how fast I could get up that hill. It was steep and overgrown with sticker bushes. I'd always needed help getting up and down. In the end, I settled for slowly backing away as quietly as possible. If it turned out that I had to run anyway, I wanted as much of a head start as I could possibly get. All the while, my eyes never moved from the tree where I saw the figure disappear. I'd gone 3 or 4 yards when it suddenly stepped out from its hiding spot, and I had a clear view. It looked like a deer standing on its hind legs, but with arms and hands. It had antlers, but its head was mostly human-shaped aside from its nose and mouth. I mean, I was a terrified child, so maybe the face can be explained by a mask. But there was something really wrong with its body. I only saw it for a few seconds before breaking into a full run, and I didn't start screaming until it dropped into the water with a loud splash. I had just made it to the bottom of the hill and was starting my way up when my dad appeared at the top. Out of breath, with a wild look in his eyes, he saw that I was clearly in a state of total panic, but couldn't figure out why. When he failed to scream and run away, I looked back to see that the creature was gone, or hiding, and I didn't want to be there when it came out again. Dad didn't want to leave without knowing what had happened, and he's an extremely logical man. I wasn't playing the game where he made me look under the bed to prove that nothing was there. So I said that a weird man tried to get me to follow him into the woods. We left really fast after that, and we didn't go back again, which was fine with me. I've never actually told him the truth just because I know that he wouldn't believe me. He would say that I just let my overactive imagination ruin one of my favorite places. But I know what I saw. That thing had antlers and stood on 2 legs. I was done with that creek. Period. This incident happened in late summer 2018. It was in the mountains of North Georgia. I'm a surveyor with 20 years experience in Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and North and South Carolina. so I'm extremely comfortable in the woods, as I spend so much time outdoors, most of the time being very far back in the forest. And a great deal of it is on national forestry land, where you don't see anyone for days at a time. On the day it happened, I was surveying a piece of property on a small Corps of Engineers lake bordering a large tract of national forest land. I was opening a robotic survey total station, transit, which means you don't need a partner to run a survey crew, and instead of having 2 or 3 people on a crew, you generally work alone. The property was fairly large, approximately 500 acres made up of mostly steep mountains and hollows covered in dense mountain laurel. I had just finished up cutting a traverse line along the property line, running to the top of the ridge, roughly 350-400 feet away, with my machete. Traverse lines are typically about 5 feet wide and cut as close to the ground as possible to ensure a line of sight for the instrument. I just walked back down the slope to get ready to traverse to the top of the ridge when I noticed someone or something hairy, wearing what I originally thought was a hat, slowly walk across the opening that I'd just made a few minutes earlier, and it stopped to look at me. It had a large hand reaching up to grab a tree limb that it was next to. At the time, I thought someone must have been walking or hiking at the top of the ridge. It's not uncommon to see people from time to time, but then I realized that it was way too hot to be wearing a large, shaggy brown jacket, as it was in the high 90s. And as it stared down the hill at me, I could make out pointed ears on the top of its head and a long snout. Then it slowly walked out of sight. At this point, I took out my headphones and started paying closer attention to the situation. As I took my headphones out, I realized that it was dead silent in the woods, and in Georgia during the summertime, it's always extremely loud with insects. I waited a few minutes, and I walked to the top of the ridge to see what was going on and to grab my equipment, which I seriously considered leaving, and I noticed disturbed vegetation leading in the direction I saw it walking. Thinking harder about what was going on, I realized that the lower limbs on the tree that I saw it walk behind as it went out of sight was right at 6 feet tall, and what I originally thought to be a jacket was fur. And that's when it all set in, and I got scared. I could hear something moving in the short distance, coming from the area that it had walked to. So I decided to start making the 45-50-minute walk back to the truck. I could hear movement up on the ridge, parallel and above me during my walk back, but I didn't think it was moving in reaction to me necessarily, although I wasn't willing to wait around and find out. I made it to the truck, and since then, I've only told 2 people about my experience. And that was pretty much it as far as the encounter goes. I know it wasn't a bear, as I've been around them my whole life, and I see them all the time. I've definitely been deep in the woods on several occasions, and I've experienced all sounds and signs of life just disappear at the drop of a hat. It takes on new significance now. I carry a pistol every day, and on some occasions a short rifle if the job calls for it due to bears, wild dogs, finding illegal pot-growing operations. But I can definitely say that it brought me zero comfort on that day. I was scared to my very core, and I've got a new sense of respect for the woods now. I would advise that if you work in the woods alone, please pay attention to your surroundings. I think a lot about what might have happened if I hadn't looked up when I did, or if I'd been a little bit slower walking back down the hill. I was probably very close to it, with my back turned before walking downhill with my headphones in, listening to Joe Rogan. If it wanted me, I wouldn't be here today. I firmly believe I was within mere yards of it on the ridge, with no idea I was being shadowed by a monster. People go missing all the time in the woods, and they're never seen again. I believe I know what takes some of them, as I've seen it. Whether you believe me or not, it's of no consequence to me. But it took me a long time to feel comfortable telling anyone about my experience. If it helps one person pay attention in the woods, I'm happy to be called crazy over it. Stay safe and please watch your kids in the woods above anyone else. God bless. Now to start this off, I'm a 29-year-old man, and 3 times a year I head up to the Georgia mountains to camp, fish, and have a great time. But after my last trip, I doubt that I'll ever go again. I had been super excited the week before I was to head up to Georgia, and when the day finally came, I could have died from happiness. I loaded up my dog buddy and all of my gear and started the trip. About an hour into my trip, I saw a road that I'd never been on before. I decided I would take an hour to look around and go back to the main road. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, the sun was setting. I grabbed my gear and buddy, and we hiked about 10 minutes before finding a nice clearing in the forest. I set up camp and looked around my camp. I saw a small, man-made trail leading into the dark trees and decided that me and Buddy needed a walk. I grabbed my walking stick, Buddy's leash, and a headlamp. We headed into the trail. I knew something was wrong when I couldn't hear a single insect or animal. Me and Buddy stopped at the little creek when I saw something terrifying. 2 eyes reflecting from the headlamp. This thing was really tall, like 6 or 7 feet, and the eyes, they were too big to be human. My dog is usually very protective of me, but instead of barking or doing something, he whimpered and peed on my leg. I've never seen him act like this before. He's seen bears before, and he's scared mountain lions away, but he's never peed like this. As Buddy kept whimpering, I felt terrible, like this thing hated me and it could rip me to shreds if it wanted to. Then it made the scariest noise I've ever heard. Sounded like a maniac screaming. Me and Buddy bolted back to our camp. In our camp, I could still hear the thing. Needless to say, I was not staying here. I packed up the camp as Buddy stood watch. We ran to my truck and got out of there. I went straight home. I didn't sleep the whole night. Later on, I looked on the internet of what could have made that noise. Nothing even came close to it. I really don't know what it was, but there's something weird in the woods of Georgia. Yo, what the fuck was just in my yard? I'm reading a book on the couch in the living room. The TV's off. It's currently 1:36 in the morning, and I'm fucking home alone right now. There's this loud clack at the window next to me, like something hard had just hit the glass. So I set down my book and open up the curtains a little bit. I live on the 2nd floor, and the bushes outside are trimmed probably 3 to 4 feet lower than my window. There's this creepy gnome-looking thing sticking out the top of these bushes, looking up into my window. Its eyes were big and shiny black, very thin white ring before the line of his eyelids. I found my phone by feeling around, but I never stopped looking at this thing. When I found it, I tapped the bottom right-hand corner to open the camera. Then, I quickly lifted my arm and zoomed the screen to get a picture, just as it dug back into the bushes, then out the front. Again, I'm home alone right now, My roommates live downstairs. I'm terrified they didn't lock their sliding glass back door, and I'm too afraid to go check. Our living quarters connect between a set of stairs by the front door. We share the front door to leave. I know that door's locked because I locked it when I came in tonight. This thing, it's nowhere outside. I pressed my head against the window, trying to look as far vertically down as I could. But I couldn't find it. It moved incredibly fast. I'm typing this from my phone right now, still sitting on the couch, now intently listening for any movement downstairs. And holy shit, I think I managed to get this thing in a picture. It's zoomed in and it's grainy as fuck. I can't believe how shitty the resolution looks. My phone isn't the oldest, but half-decent light and zoomed in. Here's what you get. Jesus Christ. I circled it in red and outlined it. Like, you can see that, right? It was looking up, directly at me. It was not an animal, clearly a little person with a tall hat. It used 2 arms with hands and fingers to climb back into the bush. I don't know what to do. I went hiking with my dad. We started talking about spirits and demons and all that. When we started talking about it, we felt something watching us. Me and my dad looked behind us. I didn't tell him, but I saw a pair of eyes as we were going down. I swear, something was watching us. Then we heard a scream. We ran down a trail with stairs. We're thinking of going back tomorrow, just not at night. My name is Joseph, and I have an encounter that's puzzled me and my best friend for years. When I was in my early teens, around 14 or 15, me and my buddy used to play in the woods behind what used to be my great-grandmother's old house. The woods had a little gully or gulch that we used to jump using our bikes, and a few kudzu vines that grew thick enough to swing on. Well, one June afternoon, right around 1:45, we were back there playing when we heard something running towards us. Too slow to be an animal, or at least one in the area that we lived in North Carolina, but way too fast to be human. We bolted out of the woods as fast as we could. The weird part is that nothing chased us farther than the edge of my old great-grandma's driveway. Being the stupid kids we were, we kept going back to see if we could catch whatever it was and see what it was. One night we decided to go around midnight to see if the reason we were not catching this thing was because it was daytime, despite our terrifying encounter during the day. We gave each other a 20-minute leeway in case the other wasn't in the agreed-upon spot at midnight. Sure enough, my buddy, who we'll call Q, was late, so I did what we agreed, which, looking back now, was an idiotic idea. I yelled out his name a few times. Well, shortly after the 5th time of calling out Q's name, I heard what sounded like his voice, but not quite him. It yelled out for help. When I looked where the sound sounded like it was coming from, I saw something that was 5 feet tall, while on all 4s, standing at the end of the street, staring straight at me. I took off running, hid under a parked moving truck for what felt like forever. The last I saw of the creature, it ran off into the woods by my great-grandma's old house. The only reason I know I didn't imagine it is after I bolted into my house. Evidently after that, my buddy came outside, and the exact same thing happened to him. He told me the exact same description of the thing before I could even mention it to him. To this day, we're in our mid-20s now. We've never entered those woods again. Vowed to never set foot in them again until we know what it is and if we can kill it. Have I ever seen Bigfoot? Not exactly. I came across something in my wanderings that could possibly fit into the Bigfoot lore, though. I didn't exactly see any bipedal primates that day. But what I found along the Snoqualmie River was inexplicable and kinda creepy. I went up along Mountain Loop Road in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest to explore an area new to me that didn't have any trails. I parked on the shoulder of the road and entered the forest. It's worth noting that in my bag I had a topo map, a compass. I knew exactly where I was at all times during this venture. I also let someone back home know what area of the national forest I would be in, as well as the expected time of my return in case anything awry happened. I threaded my way through the pathless coniferous forest towards the river. When I entered the riparian section along the water, I was met with a strange sight. Dozens of alder, maple, and willow trees, smashed, shredded, ripped up by the roots. Others snapped, broken, or knocked over. It literally looked like someone had driven a tank through the forest, creating a swath of destruction about 50 yards long in its wake. Something or someone way off the beaten path here had thrown quite the temper tantrum. I'm mystified and more than a little creeped out. Who or what caused this? I checked for tracks or prints in the forest loam. Claw marks on the shredded trees, hair caught on the twigs or undergrowth, scat to be stepped in. Nothing. The damage was fresh, none of the torn vegetation showing the slightest sign of wilt. Sap on the exposed and shredded tree trunks was still wet, and it had yet to drip. The path of destruction varied somewhat in width. It seemed to be about 8 to 12 feet along the length of the mess. It was obvious this was not the result of flooding, fire, or quake. Could a mini tornado have touched down here in these rugged Washington mountains? Never heard of it happening before, but then what was it? No trace of parts or anything mechanical. The terrain wouldn't have permitted any sort of vehicle down that far, off the road anyway. But still I search. I find no tire or tread marks, no paint scrapings on the tree trunks. The mess begins and ends abruptly, and without any further clues to its origin. I'm crawling around, so intent in finding a sign that I forgot one of the cardinal rules of tracking, to look up. There's many stories of trackers so intent on their pursuit that they failed to notice their quarry has circled back and positioned itself to ambush. Situational awareness should always go with attention to detail. I stand up. First, I'm hit with a disgusting smell, one that smells of literal garbage mixed with something I can't identify. Then, I notice the other odd detail. The forest has gone completely silent. And that's my cue to leave. I can't find any clues as to what caused this massive mess so far off the road. I head back to my car, trying to ignore the sensation of being watched, which is increasingly more obvious. About the time I can start to make out the breaks in the trees indicating the road, the forest has resumed its baseline noise, birds and insect activity. I left the woods none the wiser. Hopefully I didn't get too bogged down with the details of this account, but I'm still baffled as to who, or what, could have caused such destruction. A friend who's a Bigfoot hunter on his weekends was convinced that I found signs of Bigfoot territory, a warning to other bipeds to stay away. I don't know. Draw your own conclusions.
This happened in South Carolina. I saw the last post about this happening to another woman, so it seemed like a good time to tell someone. This was one of the worst experiences of my life, and I hadn't thought about it for a long time. Someone said I should write a book of all the horrible things that have happened in my life, because it should have been more than a person can handle. I was dating a guy for a couple of weeks, and we went to one of his friends' houses in the middle of nowhere. It was a rundown, older mobile home, but who am I to judge? We went in, and there were 4 other guys. I thought it was odd I was the only girl, but I shrugged it off. They wanted to play a drinking game. And back then, I was a little wild, so I was game. After about an hour, things got a little weird. I could see them looking at each other like there was an inside joke. I decided to get up and go to the bathroom. And when I came out, someone pushed me into the bedroom and locked the door. It was completely dark. I banged on the door, telling them that this was not funny. The door opened, and they all came in and shut the door behind them. I could feel them grabbing at me and laughing. I was fighting and hitting, but they were too strong. The door opened, and they all left. I could hear them outside, in the hall. It didn't sound good. They were discussing the order in which they would take turns. The door opens and my mind is going a mile a minute on how I'm going to survive this. The guy came in and sat on the bed and said that he was going to get me out of there. He said that they went too far and he didn't know that they were going to hurt me. He said he thought that it was just a joke. There was a back door across the bedroom, and he said for me to run through the woods as fast as I could to the road, and he would come and find me. I ran as fast as I could, and I heard them yelling for me to come back. I could hear them coming. I got to the road, and I hid behind a tree. It seemed like an hour, and I see a car pull up with him in it, and he's all bloody. They'd beaten the crap out of him for letting me go. He had my purse and ended up taking me home. I didn't know if I should trust him, but I had no other choice. I was in the middle of the woods. I heard a couple of months later that he was arrested for killing his girlfriend, and the guy who took me there was arrested for assault of another woman. Maybe if I had gone to the police, this might not have happened.
"1986. I was 14 years old, visiting my dad in Alberta, Canada. After my parents had separated, my dad decided to live out in a small house in the woods, about an hour and a half away from the nearest town, off the grid. This was his dream, and he allowed me to experience it with him every other weekend. We would go hiking, hunting, kayaking, bird watching, you name it. We'd sometimes camp outside in the woods. And that's where I saw it. It was one of those camping trips I went on with my dad, where not only did I see a Bigfoot, but it was terribly close to me. My dad and I found a spot pretty deep in the brush to set up camp, and when night fell, we decided to sleep in our sleeping bags outside to watch the stars. My dad fell asleep pretty quickly, but it was a bit harder for me. I remember trying extremely hard to fall asleep that night, but to be honest, even though by that time I had been on plenty of camping trips with my dad, I was still pretty freaked out by the forest at night. This fear kept me awake all through the night. I remember that at a certain point, when I was just starting to finally drift into sleep, I heard something come out of the trees, snapping twigs loudly as it walked on towards us. My dad still fast asleep, and now I was basically pissing my pants. I thought some strange person was walking on towards our campsite, but as I squinted my eyes open a bit, I could see that only about 10 feet away from me was an enormous, hairy creature that stood and walked on 2 legs, like a human would. Obviously, I wanted to scream out in fear, but I tried my best to pretend I was asleep in hopes that it would just eventually move along. I think the creature, which I now believe to be a Bigfoot, was attracted to the smell of the meat my dad had been cooking, And strangely, it didn't seem the least bit interested in us. It seemed more interested in just slowly walking around and out of our campsite. Presumably, they were looking for some food and must have thought we had some. But I have to tell you that not only was I scared at the sight of the giant hairy man, but I was also sickened by the pungent and overwhelming odor that the beast was emitting. Eventually, the Bigfoot seemed to get bored and disappeared into the darkness. I remember trembling in my sleeping bag, not being able to sleep the rest of the night. I didn't tell my father about it until he woke up the next morning, because I was afraid if I tried to wake him up during the night, the creature might have seen us awake, or even heard us, and I wasn't willing to find out how it would react when it did. When I told my dad about it, he just told me it was probably a large bear walking around on his hind legs. But I described to him that the creature was extremely human-like, walked like a person would. He chalked it up to me either hallucinating from fear or that I wasn't aware I was dreaming. To this day, I know exactly what I saw. It was about 9 feet tall, with extremely long, matted brown hair all over its body, including its face, which to me seemed to look very human-like in a primitive sort of way. I'll never forget the horrible stench that made me want to vomit. That was probably the longest and most terrifying night of my life, but afterwards, I came to honor the experience because I would come to realize that the creature was undoubtedly a Bigfoot, and I was one of those few people who got the chance to see it extremely up close. So, to all you skeptics out there, I understand your incredulity, but believe me, I've experienced it firsthand, and there's no doubt that these creatures exist. I'm not sure how abundant they are, but they truly exist. And they're not only scary looking and smelly, but they're fascinating to see. And even though I only remember hearing the Bigfoot grunt and growl a bit, I feel that they're more human-like than ape-like due to the appearance of that face. That was actually the scariest part. Seeing not only was there a strange giant creature creeping around my campsite, but it was a very human-like, albeit extremely hairy creature. When I say hairy, I really mean it. I've never seen so much hair on the body of any creature. And that's my story. You can believe it or not, but I'd advise you to believe it because they're out there. It's not a myth. Unfortunately, or maybe I should say fortunately, I never encountered one after that. But the image stays clear in my head to this day. In fact, there have been many nights since then where I have dreams and I'm reliving the experience. My words here can never do justice to what I saw that night as a kid. I can never describe to you just how otherworldly and surreal the situation was. But it was real. I know I wasn't dreaming because I could not get to sleep the whole night. In fact, I was very wide awake, even though I pretended to sleep while every now and then opening my eyes slightly to catch glimpses of the Bigfoot. To this day, I'm greatly affected by the experience because it changed my whole perception of the world. After that, I would never doubt the possibility of anything existing, not even things like vampires, aliens, or the chupacabra. I learned from that night to always keep an open mind when hearing about the seemingly impossible, because I myself encountered a creature long thought and still thought to be purely a myth by most people. So, thanks for reading, and thanks to all the other people who have encountered Bigfoot like I have and have shared their stories. Stay strong, and know that even though most people will never believe what you've been through, there are loads of people out there, like me, that know you're telling the truth. The Natchez Trace is one of the oldest transportation routes in North America. Humans have been using it for over 10,000 years. If you enjoy stories from the pioneering days, you've probably heard of it, as it's fairly well known for all the brutal robberies and murders that took place there. Today, you can enjoy a beautiful scenic drive down its entire length, but growing up, it was just an old closed-down road with a dark history. I grew up in Natchez, Mississippi, and the road I lived on ran directly over it. My dad would drive us to the overpass, park on the side of the road, and we would take our bikes down to ride along the trace. While there, he would tell me stories about all the Civil War skirmishes that would take place there, on and around the trail, how Meriwether Lewis of Lewis and Clark died and was buried along the trail, and so much more. One of the things he talked about most was the Harps brothers. They were known as Big Harp and Little Harp, and they ended up being some of the road's most feared bandits of all time. Most outlaws were motivated by money or food, but not these guys. They were straight up killing for the fun of it, full-on psychopaths. They terrorized travelers through Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky, and they weren't shy about who they attacked. Big Harp is especially infamous for killing his own daughter because she cried too loud. But that's how twisted these guys were. They didn't hesitate to murder entire families. Anyone who crossed their paths were fair game. It was also a commonly used route for transporting slaves, and they were always prime targets for bandits. Once captured, they could be sold at auction or ransomed back to their owners. There truly is no end to the horrifying acts committed on this trail. Now, I had very much been raised to believe that there are no such thing as ghosts, demons, or monsters. My family is one of logic and science, so these were genuinely just interesting history lessons for me. I was never afraid to be out after dark. I knew those stories were from days long past. The idea that the road could be haunted never remotely occurred to me. Then Dad's bike got a flat tire, and we had to walk 45 minutes back to the truck, in the dark. Normally, we had flashlights if we were going to be out that late, but we had fully intended to be home early that day. Luckily, the full moon and the stars were bright enough that we could just make our way. If anything, we thought the whole thing was funny. There was absolutely no fear or paranoia of any kind. But then we heard a woman scream. It sent a chill through me, one that I felt in my bones. I couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, but I remember exactly how that sound made me feel. The entire atmosphere changed, and this was the 90s, so we didn't have a way to call for help. I've never seen my dad so torn. I didn't understand his position back then, but we were essentially on a dark, unused road in the middle of the woods, and that woman sounded like someone was hurting her. What do you do? Leave your kid to investigate? He didn't have a weapon or anything to defend himself, and there was no way of knowing how many people were out there. Before he could do anything, a woman's voice screamed, "Help!" from much closer, and he sprung into action. In a blink of an eye, he pushed me to the far side of the road and laid our bikes in the bushes, saying we would collect them in the morning. While he was doing that, I was looking in the direction the screams had come from and saw 2 glowing red eyes set in the darkness. Again, I had zero knowledge of ghosts or monster stories. I had no clue what I was seeing. So when Dad turned back around, I pointed out the eyes and asked what it was. He didn't say anything. He only just stared at them. And while we were both looking, there was another scream, the loudest, closest one yet, and it absolutely came from the owner of those creepy red eyes. If not it, then something that it had a hold of, but the woods were completely still. There wasn't so much as a light breeze when this was happening. At that point, Dad scooped me up and started running for the truck. I had my arms wrapped around his neck, looking over his shoulder, facing behind us, and the second we began moving, something in the woods began moving, fast. It didn't come out into the open, but I could hear it crashing through the brush as it chased after us, and Dad only ran faster. Before long, it was even with us, and there were 2 more blood-curdling screams that sounded like someone was being murdered, but whatever it was, never broke the tree line. When we got to the overpass where the truck was, Dad started climbing without slowing down a bit. I saw the eyes one more time. Whatever it was watched us as we climbed the hill, but that was it. When we got to the truck, Dad pushed me through the driver's side and got back on the road in record time. We lived less than 2 minutes away from that spot, so we were still full of adrenaline when we got home. And Dad kept looking outside every few minutes for the rest of the night, worried something may have followed us. I must have asked him what that thing was 1,000 times, but he didn't know any more than I did. He called the police to report the screams, but he didn't mention the part about being chased, and we never heard anything back from the cops. I think that experience had him questioning everything he thought he knew about our world, but after a few days, his mind began rationalizing certain things away. He went back for our bikes the next day without me, and we eventually resumed our regular trips to the trace. But we were never out there past nightfall again. We also planned how far we went based on how long it would take to walk back, just in case there was another accident. I really don't know what we saw. Some people say it was a skinwalker. Some people say it was a demon or a restless spirit. One person thought it was a banshee. I'm not sure if I believe in all of those things or not, but if those things do exist, then that road has to be crawling with them. As a child in Pennsylvania, I remember fainting at the sight of something large, furry, and black in the edge of the woods while running a trail home from my friend's house. But that could have been a bear. However, then I moved to the Olympic Peninsula last fall, and after Thanksgiving, maybe early December, one morning around 4 a.m., our Labrador was whining, so I got up, put my shoes on, and let him out. He ran out all of 3 steps, stopped, and his tail went between his legs. He turned and jumped into the house, whining again. I could hear the dogs on this one road going crazy outside. There is limited development here, just the beach on the one side, mountains on the other, with one small highway between. I walked out into our driveway, being new and curious, and eager to check out the neighborhood. Trees, trees, and trees. I was listening with my eyes closed, thinking, beagle. Then in the mix, hound. Shepherd. I was hearing all the different dogs. I was feeling like I was using echolocation because it was so dark, I couldn't see more than just our cars in the corner of the house. Then, suddenly, I heard what can only be described as a gorilla bark. One that shook the ground, and it came from the opposite direction, behind me. I've worked with crocodiles and alligators up to 13 feet and nearly a ton. I've worked with king cobras and been bitten by a cobra. I've camped the Serengeti and had lions brush up against me in the night through my tent. I stared down a dozen hippos from about 20 feet at Zima Springs in Kenya. I've been bitten by a Gila monster, drugged down the road by a horse on my head. Insert joke about head injury here. I've been kicked by emus, pecked by herons, mauled by prairie dogs on live TV, squeezed by pythons, bitten by rattlesnakes. But this time, I was scared. The ground continued to shake as this thing moved through the trees, likely heading right for me. Shaking from the movement, there was an audible grunting sound, too, just a short distance away. I knew it was only getting closer to me. I had no idea what this thing would look like. I just knew it was massive. I also know that sound, that bark, It wasn't a person. Way too loud. It was not a bear, a cougar, elk, deer, or raven. Nor was a piece of machinery running in the quarry in the middle of the night. It was something big cutting through the quarry, coming from the beach, heading to the mountains before dawn. I don't know what it was, because I slowly walked back inside and looked out the window into blackness. I have since gotten a little braver and heard more suspicious sounds, but nothing as obvious as that night. I'm pretty positive that we'll find a few small troops of man-ape species from the Ice Age that still inhabit some nooks and crannies of the Northwest. Stay tuned. Growing up, my family used to share a cabin in the woods. It was our family's version of camping, I guess. We don't use it anymore, but for the time that we did, I found it pretty terrifying. There was something about the upstairs bathroom. I never wanted to be in there too long, and really didn't want to be in there by myself. I'd always choose to brush my teeth when my cousins were, and all that stuff. But the worst part was the room that I shared with my little brother. 2 twin beds on opposite sides of the room. I was probably 9 or 10 at this time. I wasn't openly afraid of the dark because I had a little brother, but I was afraid of the dark. But this night, I remember waking up. It felt like something pulled my hair. Jolting awake, I assumed it was just a dream. But as I sat up, I felt my head yank back down towards the pillow, like something had grabbed my hair. Feeling the back of my head, there was nothing. I ran across the room, jumped into my little brother's bed, and slept under the covers. Well, I don't know if you'd call it sleeping, but I did something until it was light. I never told anyone about it, not until years later. Apparently everyone had some sort of strange experience there, one time or another. Glad this is the only one that really sticks out in my memory. This morning I woke up at 5 and went to the gym before class. I'm staying at my parents', but they're away for a month, so I've had the house to myself. I always wake up, let the dog out, shower, let the dog back inside before I leave. But this morning, it felt a little weird. The house had a strange energy. I let the dog out into the pitch black yard, but the deck light didn't come on, which is unusual. I brushed it off and took a shower. The dog was waiting for me when I returned. I opened the door and the large black lab walked inside and straight under the table. I then tried to go to my room, but as I was leaving, I felt the same strange feeling from when I'd woken up. I looked at the dog's bed, noticed he wasn't in it, so I looked back at the door to see that he was still sitting outside. My stomach instantly dropped. I know I watched him come inside. I let my actual dog inside and searched my house to see if another animal came in, but I didn't find anything. The thing I let in before was about the right size, but it did look more like a shadow. It moved a little differently. I called my girlfriend since she was waiting for me at the gym. She thinks it was my imagination, but I've never ever imagined something this real. I wasn't even tired. My dog was also acting a little strange, staring at the wall and growling quietly. But I left soon after that. I'm at a loss. If anyone has a possible explanation, I'm really dreading sleeping there alone tonight. love walking in the woods, but some strange things have happened in the woods. Have you had anything weird happen to you? This is one of the strangest things that's happened to me. It was a beautiful day for a hike in the woods, so I grabbed my backpack and set out on the trail. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the leaves rustled gently in the breeze. As I walked deeper into the forest, I noticed that the sounds of nature had grown quieter. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That's when I saw her, a woman dressed in white, standing at the edge of a clearing. She looked like she was from another time, with a long, flowing dress and a ribbon tied around her waist. At first, I thought she might be lost or in trouble, so I approached her cautiously. But as I got closer, she vanished into thin air, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves behind. I was shaken, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to follow her. So I continued on the trail, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached the clearing where I'd seen the woman, I heard the faint sound of music. It was a haunting melody, played on a violin. I stepped into the clearing and I saw her again, the woman in white, dancing to the music of an unseen player. She twirled and spun, her dress billowing in the breeze. But then, as suddenly as before, she vanished again, leaving me alone in the clearing. I left the woods that day feeling haunted by the memory of the ghostly woman in white. I never saw her again, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched by something not quite of this world. So this isn't my personal story. It's from my friend, Jackson. We've been friends for 17 years, and in all that time, there's only one incident scarred in his memory. Years ago, we were on a camping trip with his family. It was the summer of 2008. We were relaxing on the way to our campsite. We arrived in a small town and decided to set up camp in their woods. Jackson's mom made dinner, and afterwards, we watched other camping videos. We made marshmallows, and we just all around had a fun time. Then, at roughly 8:30, we went to bed. And this is where we need to shift to Jackson's perspective. At around 1 a.m., he woke up, not knowing why, but since he was up, he decided to take a walk. It was around 5 minutes later when he heard something. He hadn't noticed it before, but there was a faint noise, a thump, drag, thump. Jackson, being the cocky shit that he is, muttered, "Assholes, don't know how to keep it down." He assumed it was a drunk, just taking long, exaggerated steps, but it stayed at the same volume. And then he got curious and walked towards the noise, hiding behind a bush when he got close enough. What he saw scared him so badly, he forgot to scream, and that's what saved him. A man was attempting to stick multiple dismembered body parts to a tree. He had a bag full of axes. That's what Jackson was hearing. The thump was the sound of the axe being used to stick a body to a tree, and the drag was from the man moving to the next tree. Then, the man looked directly at my friend, and Jackson ran. He somehow managed to lose the man, but he realized he was also lost. Switching to my perspective, I woke up hours later, and I saw that Jackson was gone. I woke his parents, and we eventually found him, but his clothes were torn, his eyes were baggy, and he was clearly in shock. We took him to the hospital, and he began having nightmares. Every night, he'd wake up screaming, "Don't kill me, please!" When he finally calmed down, he told me the story, And I believed him. I knew that he wouldn't lie to me. Now it's 14 years later. We're still good friends. This incident was never forgotten, only ignored. But I wanted to get it off my chest. So this happened when my sister and I were kids, and we went hiking in the woods in our backyard in North Carolina. We only had a few neighbors around us, and our house was surrounded by woods. It was a Saturday afternoon during the summer, and my sister and I decided to go hiking alone, like we did quite frequently. We were both under the age of 8, but our parents let us go hiking alone. We loved exploring the forest and discovering new places. As we made our way through the woods, everything was fine at first. When we went to our favorite place where we usually hung out, something didn't feel quite right. I felt an uncomfortable feeling, like something was going to happen. I looked around at my surroundings and I didn't see anything or anyone. My sister and I continued walking through the woods until suddenly we heard leaves crunching behind us. So we turned around to see what it was. There was nothing there, so we thought it was just an animal. As we started hiking again, we heard the leaves crunching, and as we turned around, we saw someone run and hide behind a tree. We could see their shadow coming from behind the tree, and it looked like a person. It was definitely not an animal. We both looked at each other and felt paralyzed by fear. We started freaking out and thought this person was going to kidnap us. I grabbed my sister's hand and told her to run. We ran as fast as we could back home. Once we made it home, we ran inside and told our parents. Our parents became worried and told us next time we go hiking, don't go too far from the house anymore. I don't know who was following us, but it still freaks me out to this day. I don't know what they would have done to us if we hadn't run away. During my sophomore year of high school, so 2000, I had one of those unexplained experiences. I mean, I can explain what I heard, even what I felt, but that still doesn't fully explain what happened. Lucky for me, I wasn't alone. I was with 2 of my friends, and a random civilian would cross paths with us, just as we experienced this event. So what I'm saying is that I'm not crazy, and if I am, then so are the other 3 people that were in the woods that day. My friends and I would often hang out in the woods. They were just behind the school. The woods led to more woods, basically leading to more woods. So no houses, just trees and a couple of creeks. A lot of nothing, which is exactly what teens are looking for. Well, right before summer, they closed off the entrance to these woods from the school. It was the only entrance we'd really ever used, so we explored new ways to get into the woods. And without officially trespassing, we'd found what we assumed was an entrance into the woods. Upon entering, one of my friends asked if we should drop crumbs or something so we didn't get lost. We laughed at the time, not thinking he was serious. In fact, he wasn't serious. So we just walked through and onward. After about 5 or 6 minutes of walking, I looked at my watch and asked my friends if we should stop, smoke a cigarette, and maybe just smoke a joint where we were, as it seemed like we'd gone far enough into the woods. They didn't agree, though. So again, onward we went. It was probably 15 minutes into following my friends that I asked them to wait up. Suddenly I felt sorta dizzy. We hadn't smoked any weed yet, so I assumed it was the cigarette I'd decided to light up. But then I heard something strange. Crying. It was in the distance, possibly ahead of us, maybe behind us. I stopped in my tracks and thought that I was losing it. Then, both of my friends turned around, looking about as unsettled as I was feeling inside. We stood in silence about 5 to 10 feet apart from each other. The crying continued. It sounded like a woman, but yet there was some sort of distortion to the cry, and it made it incredibly uncomfortable. We decided, let's book it back the way we came. Both of my friends headed towards me, and we started to hustle back towards the random entrance we'd found less than 20 minutes ago. But it was strange, the crying. As we ran, it was like the crying didn't get closer to us, and it didn't get further away either. Just surrounded us, like we'd been wearing headphones listening to this twisted crying. After hustling for a minute, suddenly I stopped as I saw someone appear from behind a tree. They were as surprised as I was and let out a small shriek. Then we both, or all of us, exhaled. The woman said that she'd heard crying, that it sounded like a small child in distress. We told her that we heard the crying too, but that it didn't sound like a child. And we told her that we were running from the crying. Then we all just stood there and listened. There was no more crying. Instead, we each heard one long, loud scream, followed by the largest gust of wind I've ever felt in my life. So much force behind this gust that it almost took all 4 of us off our feet. Immediately after that, we all took off, back towards the entrance, and eventually we made our way out to the sidewalk. I remember leaving there feeling very uneasy. While walking home, we hardly said a word to one another. We were so spooked by the whole event that we didn't even end up getting high. In retrospect, I'm sort of glad about that part because I probably wouldn't have been able to definitively say what I heard and what I felt. Not 100% anyway. But I can assure you, 100%, something not so pleasant was in the woods that day. For those of you wondering, I personally never went back into the woods, so it's possible people continue to hear stuff, and it's possible that they don't. I don't recommend it, though. It leaves you with a feeling. It's not a great one, and that may be putting it a little lightly. I had previously posted this story with my wife's account a couple of days ago. I didn't know what we had seen, and it wasn't until someone replied with, "Feel free to post on crawlers," that this caught me off guard, as I'd never heard of Glimmerman, Wendigo, crawlers before. Now, I haven't read too much into this topic as I have a lot going on, but I soon realized that this ties in just about everything that's happened since we moved in a year ago. I'm going to start with the seemingly unrelated incidents that have led up to this most recent, eye-opening experience. About a year ago, I moved my family and I to a home way out in the woods in Tennessee. The nights here can be extremely loud. Between the crickets, the tree frogs, and the cicadas, it can almost be deafening. One night, not too long after we moved in, I'd forgotten something in my car and I headed outside to get it. The first thing that struck me as odd was that my dog wouldn't go outside with me. My dog goes everywhere with me, as I'm her whole world. But not this night. As I held the door open, she looked out and then looked up at me like, nope. So I walked out and shut the door behind me. The second thing that caught me off guard was that there was not a peep. It was dead silent. Still, shrugged this off and walked down my front steps and headed down to the car. When I'd gotten about 10 feet from my car, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt as though something was watching me. I looked around but saw nothing. After I reached in the car for what I'd forgotten earlier, I had this feeling like something was moving towards me. I took a step back and checked around me. All of a sudden, I heard one of my hedges next to me that lined the walkway to our front door rattle. At first, I thought it was a rabbit. Maybe I'd spooked it, as I'd just seen one earlier in that same spot. A few seconds later, I heard the sound of a large rock, about the size of a cantaloupe, landing a few feet away from me. It hit the walkway and bounced into the shrub. I drew my gun and called out and said whoever this was is about to get shot. After a few seconds of nothing, I began to think that maybe this was some local teenagers messing with the new people. I holstered my sidearm, turned, and started walking back to my front door. Almost as soon as I turned towards my house, I heard this deep, panting sound. It sounded like a huge dog, but what made me nope back into my front door was that it sounded like it was right behind me. I leapt onto my porch, turned and drew my gun again, expecting something to be right there, but again, there was nothing. A couple of weeks later, I was on my porch at night, sitting on a bench with my wife. She got up and walked inside to get something, and as soon as she shut the door, I heard that panting sound again. I couldn't see anything, yet this sounded like it was right on top of me. The sound was coming from everywhere, and it was very loud. Again, I couldn't see anything, so I noped it back inside my house. Now, at this point, I was questioning moving here, but after nothing else really happening, I let it go. A month or so later, it was a really rainy, stormy night. This is around 9 p.m. My wife and I enjoy listening to the rain and talking about how relaxing it is. Me, growing up in Oregon, I loved the rain. And for the past 10 years, we lived in Vegas, where it would dump the entire year of rain in a day, and then be bone dry the rest of the year. For my wife, who grew up in Nevada, rain was such a rare thing that she loved going outside and watching the rain. So for us, this is an enjoyable experience. Except this night in particular, things took a weird turn. As we were sitting there talking about the rain and relaxing, my wife stops me and said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "No, what did you hear?" To which she said, "I swear it sounded like a small child calling for help out in the woods beside our house." I said, "No, I didn't hear anything." After a few moments of us listening intently, she said, "There it is again." "I didn't hear a thing, sweetie. Are you sure you're not just hearing things?" I said. She looked at me offended that I didn't hear anything and said, "No, I'm positive. How could you not hear that at all? It was our son. I think he's out there and got lost." I said, "No, he's in the house sleeping on the couch." We then both looked through the blinds that were open right behind us, and we could see all of our children laying there. She said, "That's so weird. I swear it sounds like our son." I told her, "Well, it isn't him. He's right there. Besides, I don't hear anything." She then stands up and says, "Wow, he's really crying out for help. I need to go look for him." Now, at this point, if you knew my wife, you would know that she's absolutely creeped out by the woods. They wouldn't be caught dead walking around them during the daylight, much less at night during a storm. I grabbed her hand and said, "I've been listening intently, and there's absolutely nobody calling out for help. You need to stay here." At this point, I'm getting worried about her. She was acting completely out of character. Not to mention, at this time, she's 8 months pregnant with our baby daughter. She then says, "What if there's some child out there, lost in the woods?" And I told her, well, first off, I would be able to hear them too. Secondly, there's no one with other kids around here for miles. The odds of them being lost around our house that's lit up like a Christmas tree is nil. She then says, "I know, but what if it's a kid?" Before I could say anything else, she stands up and starts walking towards the stairs. I jumped up and grabbed her hand again, and I said, "No, you're not going. Get in the house. I don't know what's going on, but you need to go inside." She then complies, and we both go inside. I didn't know what this was, but it freaked me out. A few months after this, just as it was getting dark outside, I heard the front door to our house open, and I got up to investigate. We have autistic 6-year-old twins, and we have a door set up so they can't open it without us there. So to hear this sound, it could only be my wife. What was weird was the fact that she usually doesn't go outside without saying something to me. I walked out the front and I saw my wife walking down our private road towards the drive on the side of our house. I asked her what she was doing, and she says she was sitting on the back patio and kept hearing a baby crying in the woods. I said, "Seriously, and you just decided to walk off into the woods to investigate?" She then looks out into the woods and says, "See, there it is again." Again, I can't hear anything, but what I did notice is that it was completely silent out again. I told her, just like before, the chances of a baby being out in the woods outside our house is slim, and that she needed to go back in the house. And she said, "What if someone left a baby out there?" And I said, "Well, if that were true, I would hear it too." At this point, I was really starting to worry about my wife's mental health. I actually asked her to see a psychiatrist, and she did. Now looking back, I feel really bad about this, knowing what I know. The key to this moment was that my wife had just given birth to a baby girl a month before. A few days after this, we were out on the front porch. It's early evening, and I just mowed the lawn, and our 3-year-old was riding around on his own little car in the front of the house. Now he knows that he's not allowed outside of a certain area that we've mapped off. He loves playing outside, but with the road behind 50 feet from our porch, we have to be careful as a lot of boaters will fly through after day drinking on their boats. As we're talking, we're both keeping an eye on him. A neighbor drives by and stops to say hi for a second. This interaction took approximately 8 seconds, as all they said are, "How are things?" We said good, and he told us he'd stop by later, as his wife had something for the kids, who happens to be one of their school teachers. And we said, "Okay, great," and he drove off. I looked over at our son, and he was gone. I called out his name and ran over to the side of the house, and I could hear his car on the side drive. I scolded him for leaving the area, and he said something in his 3-year-old gibberish and pointed to the woods behind our house. I said he had 5 seconds to get back up to the front of the house or else, and he adamantly pointed back in the direction of the woods and kept trying to tell me something. I looked off in the direction of the woods and just assumed that he saw a deer or a squirrel or something, and he wanted to see it up close. I walked him back up the front of the house, and he cried the whole way there. He got really upset that I wouldn't let him go to the woods, but I just wrote that off as him being a curious 3-year-old, as most boys are. Now, this incident isn't isolated, as our twins have done similar things, but nothing quite as extreme as this. There have been nights where we just laid down for the night and heard a loud bang on the side of the house, on the wall behind our bed. It was so loud that I jumped up and looked out the window, Our floodlight had come on, but I could see nothing. The weird part about this is that our bedroom sits about 12 feet from the ground level, as we have a full-size basement that's cinder block. I put on my slippers, and I grabbed one of my 12-gauge shotguns, walked outside to investigate. It was dead silent, again. The floodlight that's on the side of the house had clicked off at this point, so I walked over to the end of the deck and shined my light around the yard. There was nothing. I walked around the house, shined the light around intently. As I approached the back side of my house, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It felt like someone was watching me. I shined the light up into the trees, but again, nothing. I rounded the corner, and the first thing I noticed was that my 3 dogs were in their area, and they weren't making a peep. Now our dogs have no filter, and they'll bark at anyone and everyone. This includes me. So to see them all hiding with their tails between their legs, not making a peep, really had me worried. As I kept walking around, all of a sudden the crickets and the frogs started making sounds again. It was as if someone had clicked a switch. I walked into the house, told my wife that I hadn't seen anything. She shrugged and said, "Okay, as long as the dogs were okay." Due to the circumstances that night, I decided to let the dogs sleep in with us. The very same thing has happened on all 4 exterior walls of the house. It's random and annoying, but just like these instances every time, there's nothing going on outside. There have also been times where we're sitting in the house, and as I was watching a movie, my wife walked over to me and said, "Did you call me?" I say no, and she says that she swears she heard me call her name right in her ear. She said that it was definitely my voice, but she didn't understand because it sounded so close, and I was a good 20 feet away from her in my recliner. The important part to this was that she was sitting at the table doing something, and the slider to the backyard was open behind her. Now, our back patio sits about 20 feet off the ground, and it's like a balcony. It's got no staircase access outside. There have been several instances where she would say that she heard someone whisper in her ear, but she couldn't make out the sound. Again, I kept thinking that she was going crazy, but as you'll see, I think all of this tied into the final moment where things are revealed. The last thing I want to mention before we get into what just happened is that I have a shooting range built behind my workshop on the opposite side of our property, next to the main road. It's kind of on a downslope, but it works perfectly for what I need it for. The range itself is cut straight into the woods, going down about 100 yards or so. When you're at the downrange, you have woods surrounding you on all sides, except back up at my shop. I have to say that it always has felt creepy when I'm dealing with my targets or mowing. When you're down there, it feels like you're miles from anyone. One day, around 5 in the evening, I was sighting in a new rifle scope. The sun was still up, but was starting to go down. So, I knew this was going to be the final test. Up until this point, nothing really happened while I was making my multiple trips downrange, other than this feeling of uneasiness. As I got downrange, I kept getting this feeling like someone or something was watching me. I looked around, but didn't see anything. As I was placing stickers over my previous shots, I heard something big off to the side of me. It sounded like a large branch had snapped off a tree. Now, if you've been in Tennessee woods, you'll know that a lot of branches fall off of trees randomly, out of nowhere. So this is nothing new. Except this time, it was very loud, and it sounded like fresh, strong wood, if that makes any sense. I turned and looked, but again, I couldn't see anything. I started walking back up to my rifle, and I swear I heard someone right behind me. I turned around, but again, nothing. As I started to walk again, I heard this deep growl. It was really deep and loud, and what's worse is that it was all around me. I turned around facing the range and started walking backwards. The thought of some rabid dog charging out of the bushes had me freaked out, so running wasn't a good idea. I slowly walked backwards up the hill to my rifle, but nothing happened. I grabbed my rifle and sprayed the target with rapid fire, hoping to scare off whatever was stalking me. I left 10 rounds in the mag and grabbed my rifle bag. I quickly walked up to the house. I didn't tell my wife about this because I didn't want her to freak out. Fast forward, about a year later when we moved in, my niece was staying with us as a live-in nanny to earn money over summer break from college. We were on our way back from the store and a mile from our house, and I saw 2 eyes reflecting in the headlights, coming from a wide tree on the side of the road just ahead. It had caught my attention because they were higher than a deer, but a different color and size too. Just as I had said, "What is that?" and squinted, they vanished. I had made a comment that it was almost as if it had known I could see it, and it moved. The color was kind of a golden green. They resembled the mannerisms of a large cat, as they felt ominous. It's hard to explain, but I shrugged it off as we were passing the tree, and I saw nothing. A few moments later, we arrived at the house. We were getting bags out of the car. My 3-year-old son came bolting out of the house, excited to see me. As I was waiting to help her carry in the bags, I heard my dog growl. I looked in the direction that she was looking up at, my neighbor's property across the street. Now what I saw kept me up all night. Up until this point, I've always been skeptical, as I'd never seen anything with my own 2 eyes. Even with what had happened to me the year prior, I still had my doubts that this was just my mind playing tricks on me. Now my street is kind of spread out. Each house sits on several acres, and at the end of the road is Kentucky Lake. My neighbor's house sits adjacent to my house on about an acre lot. Directly in front of my house is a wall of woods, and behind my house is several thousand acres of untouched forest. As I was looking across the street to my neighbor's property, I saw a large, dark figure between the trees. At first, the movement caught me off guard, as it looked like something big moving quickly on all 4s. Then, when it came out into clear view, it stood up and walked like a man. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. It was very tall, but what was so strange about it was the distance that it was covering, and the fact that it was in front of his shed. I swear I could see through it. It was clearly walking quickly, but moving faster than any person could at a sprint. More importantly, there was no sound. It was like it was phasing in and out of reality as it moved. I said, "What the hell is that?" and realized that it was looking directly at us. It had moved at an angle away from us to minimize its time out in the open, and moving quickly as it could while still being silent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I realized that whatever it was stalking us. I told my niece to get in the house now, and I grabbed my son and booked it inside. I grabbed my AR-15 with the short scope and came back outside to see my niece still grabbing stuff out of the car. Knowing I told her firmly and clearly to get in the house, her disregard for my command annoyed me, but still I watched over her without saying a word. As she was slowly walking, she turned towards the woods across the street from my house, and suddenly bolted for the house. She ran up the steps in a panic state. I asked her what she saw, and her face was pale as a ghost. She said, "I heard something big in the woods, walking loudly on the leaves. When I turned towards it, I heard a deep, guttural growl." I asked her why she didn't come in when I told her, and she said that she thought I was talking to my son. I told her what I'd seen, and she wanted to get a closer look to see if she could see something for herself. I told her it wasn't a good idea, and she went anyways. As she was walking down the walkway, I heard the sound of dry leaves crunching in the woods across the street. I told her to stop and come back to take the flashlight. Now at this point, she's about 6 feet away from my wife's SUV. As she turned and started walking back towards me, I caught a glimpse of something gray and hairy. It bolted from behind the SUV, back across the street into the woods. My porch is a raised porch. Our SUV is about 6.5 feet tall, and whatever this was, it cleared about 45 feet in what looked like a single jump. It moved like lightning. Whatever it was, it wanted my niece. It jumped behind the car, out of my line of sight, and was waiting for her. She still doubted my warnings and grabbed the flashlight, walked back towards the car. As she entered my driveway, she stopped dead in her tracks, leaned forward as if she could see something. I asked her what she saw. She turned and ran back up to the porch with a terrified look on her face, saying, "Nope, nope, nope, nope," over and over again. She said it was a figure hiding inside the tree, and she saw its eyes. I asked her what they looked like. All she could say was that they looked a dull red at first, but as she got closer, they looked dead. I said, "What do you mean dead?" And she said, "The pupils, they looked grayed out, like eyes when they go blind." She said that it was really dark gray, and she swears that she could see through it, almost like a dark cloud. She wanted to go out again, and she took a step down the stairs. As she did, it revealed itself from the tree. I said, "Get inside," and I went in and locked the door. It looked like a tall human being shape. It was really tall, and it looked ominous as hell. The next morning, we did a height comparison to the tree limb that she saw it stand over, and I put its height at around 9 feet tall, and its eyes were about 6 inches apart. At this point, I don't know what this thing was. After doing some research, I think that this was a glimmerman or crawler. I looked to see if there have been any other sightings in Benton County, but nothing. More importantly, I swear it would phase in and out, almost like a shadow person, but bigger and more obvious. I originally posted this on a Bigfoot sub, but after doing a bunch of research, I believe that it belongs here. One of the things that makes it fit is that it can communicate telepathically. This explains why everyone was hearing something that nobody else could hear. Secondly, it has a playback-like communication. So when I heard a dog panting, it was probably one of my dogs that it had heard. My wife was actually hearing our son crying for help, as he'd recently fallen and cried for help. The baby crying would be our newborn baby, who she'd given birth to recently. And it must have heard me call my wife's name and kept telepathically calling my wife's name with my voice. Another thing that my niece had said that night was that she felt compelled to go back outside to it. She said she felt like this thing was communicating with her somehow, and it wanted her to go back outside. The more I read about this thing, the more everything that's been happening over the past year makes sense. One thing that I find extra convincing is that down the road towards the lake, there's a property that's barbed wired off, and it's a wall of forest with no driveway. A lot of the property down our road is undeveloped owned land, and on one of those trees, there's a large old sign that says, "Screamer lives here," with an arrow pointing back into the woods. Now, I have to admit, when I first saw this sign, I laughed, thinking maybe the owner screamed at trespassers who entered his property, and teenagers put up the sign to mess with him. But when I did a satellite search of the neighborhood, the entire section of road has no houses or trails or anything, and is just pure forest for as far as the eye can see. One of the things that this thing is said to do is make a loud scream when threatened. Now that you understand my story, I doubt that this is ending. The next question is, what can we do? I don't want my wife or kids to disappear one day. And if there is more than one of these things out there, this really makes the missing 411 make a whole lot of sense. I feel perplexed and scared, as what can I do? Any advice? I'll try and keep this post alive with as many new experiences as I can. In August of 2016, after high school graduation, a few friends and I started doing a paranormal investigation to pass time. We conducted the investigation every summer, occasional winters, but the summer of 2017 was bizarre. There's one area we loved to go to, an abandoned prison camp area near the forests of Massachusetts. During this expedition, we got there just past midnight and immediately got bad vibes. It is one of the most haunted locations in the country. We ventured down a small dirt road to a graffiti-ridden cement building, which consisted of roughly 6 solitary confinement cells. The building was roughly 15 feet by 9 feet, so it was rather small. While 2 of our team members went to one side, my friend and we were crammed in one cell. We asked questions to see if any ghosties would reply to our audio recording device. We had a lengthy session. We heard footsteps in a nearby tree line. There was no one there. They got closer, closer, and closer, until I thought they were right next to me. They were so loud. Apparently, our other team members heard footsteps too, but instead, over by our car. We decided to hightail it out of there. After reviewing the audio, there was one moment that we caught a disembodied voice. My friend asked, "Is there anyone who belonged to this cell?" And a muffled, whispered replied, but we couldn't make out what it said. We put logic above the paranormal, approach every scenario as skeptics, but I firmly believe that we caught something paranormal. Me and my buddy Nolan took our kids to do some camping and fishing one weekend outside of Bozeman. It was hot and the kids screamed in roughhouse the whole time getting there. My kid's name is Ryder. He's 7. Nolan's kid's name is Dylan. He's 6. The whole drive there, they wouldn't shut up. I put on Kids Bop, but they shouted over the music with their own lyrics about farts. Nolan laughed and encouraged it. I was flatlining on patience. We get to our camping spots and the kids jump out of the van. Their demeanor completely changes. Both of them instantly quiet down and almost look scared to be there. I ask what's wrong, and Ryder says he doesn't like it here. I'm like, are you serious? This place is beautiful. I'm theatrically throwing my arms in the air, closing my eyes, taking a deep breath. I do this as I turn, facing away from them. When I open my eyes, and I'm not shitting you, in the bright sunlight about 20 yards out from us, in the brush, the weirdest, ugliest looking deer comes from behind a large fir tree. I hear the kids yip behind me when they also notice it. As the deer walked out, its head was already turned in our direction. There was razor wire wrapped around its antlers, neck, and body, like it recently gotten tangled up in a farmer's fence or something. Part of the wiring metal wasn't visible because of how deep it was in some sections. And there was a lot of wire wrapped around this poor deer, from antlers down to its legs, wrapped around its body a few times, like it did a couple of tornado spins trying to escape. But apparently, all of those spins did the trick. If one of us would have brought a gun, we would have put it out of its misery. But all we could do at this point was watch this deer slowly walk out from behind the tree. Nolan tells the kids to get back in the car, and he and I basically shield their windows with our backs as we stare at this deer. The deer maintaining its gaze towards us. Then its broken shuffle quickens into an agonizing trot. It starts cranking its head around violently. The motion starts pushing and pulling the tangled wires, essentially beginning to saw itself apart. Pause. I'm sorry, I think I should ask if you're squeamish. Please skip this next part. Okay. The deer is bucking and thrashing in the clearing so much that it saws through its stomach. Blood, intestines, bursting into the grass, and it's the saddest, most disgusting, disturbing, vomit-inducing thing I've ever seen. The deer doesn't die, though. Its thrashing stops, and it remained standing with half of its innards on the ground, and blood still pouring waterfalls from its gaping wounds. Nolan and I watch the deer then once again attempt a labored walk parallel of us, dragging its intestines. The deer limps forward towards the lake. Its legs start pushing faster, all out of sync with themselves, and it starts thrashing again before doing those long deer leaps into the lake. We watch the water splash and the deer continue to move further off of the lake shore. Eventually, its antlers were out of sight, and the water became still again. I was so grateful that Nolan told the kids to get in the van when he did. It was like the deer was possessed, like it knew what it was doing to itself. I was fearful that it could have had some new illness affecting the deer population or something. We made the kids stay in the car, but it was a bright sunny day, and the deer had done its death dance right in the middle of a sunny patch of grass. It looked like the grass had been watered with a sprinkler full of blood and deer pieces. Just dead center in between two bushes. Splatterville. We weren't about to fish in that lake either. Before we left, I called the parks department to describe what we'd just seen. And because of this, we haven't been camping since. I think Ryder's afraid of deer now. To be honest with you, I am too. The deer looked dead when it first bent its neck from around the tree. Part of me was trying not to shit myself that I was seeing some sort of real zombie deer. Maybe rabies. Could that contaminate the lake depending on how long the deer's body was down there? I have no clue. Again, it also never resurfaced. I'm sure the wires got tangled up at the bottom. The next person to snorkel that part of the lake must have had quite a surprise, if so. Well, thanks. It almost feels a little less nasty knowing other people know.
This happened a few months ago. Me and my friends were messing around in a forest near our houses. We were walking through it, and my friend shouted out that he saw a figure in there, pointing to a drainage tunnel. We messed around by throwing rocks at the tunnel, and then we went on. We saw there was a pathway with a dead end to the left, but there was a small space to jump to. You just had to take a right. My friend and I were talking, and we saw our other friend jump to the left, where the dead end was. But when we looked, he wasn't there. We walked the entire forest 4 times. We were talking to each other, calling out for our friend. We'd made our way back to the entrance, and we saw our friend walking toward the exit. When we caught up to him, he said that he had heard us talking and bickering, following our voices, but we were at the other end. There was another weird part. When we were walking the 3rd time, one of the bushes started shaking profusely for about 4 seconds. I don't know. Some sort of mimic or other dimensions.
I'm currently 36, divorced, and living in Nebraska, but I'm originally from South Dakota and still going back to spend Christmas with my parents. Except after what happened last year, I really don't want to go this year, especially not for the entire week. They left the suburbs for a bigger house in a rural area with lots of woods, and it's beautiful, but it's also friggin' terrifying. At first, I thought not having any neighbors was a plus. But now I'm constantly worried about them being out there all alone with whatever's in those woods. The cell service is shit too, so they can't even reliably call for help without sitting in a window. Last year I went up the Monday before Christmas weekend. It was pretty late when I got there, and right away I knew my parents were acting strange. They were jumping at every little sound and rushing me inside. I wasn't even allowed to unload the car. Dad was in the military for over 30 years. It takes a lot just to rattle him. So to see him actually afraid was truly concerning. But he and Mom kept insisting nothing was wrong. The next morning, they were back to their old selves, so I chalked it up to my late arrival and pushed it from my mind. Until the same thing happened that night as well. It was to the point where I started searching the local news stations to see if there was some kind of serial killer or escaped convict on the loose. But again, I got nothing. Thursday night was my breaking point. After realizing I'd left my charger in the car, I tried to go get it, but I was locked inside. Both doors had locks that could only be opened with a key. When I asked for it, Mom gave me her charger instead, just to see what they would do. I said I still needed my purse, and they both went rigid. Finally, I threatened to crawl through a window, and Dad said that he would get it himself. Then he opened the coat closet, grabbed his shotgun, and began peering out the windows. If Mom weren't behaving the same way, I would have thought that he was having flashbacks or something. I stopped him from going out. I didn't actually need anything else, and I couldn't stand seeing them both so frightened. But I did give them an ultimatum. Either they came clean, or I left for home first thing in the morning, because I no longer felt comfortable being there. When they finally told me, I didn't know what to think. Mom has always been a little superstitious, and she loves her ghost hunting shows, but Dad mocks anyone who believes in that stuff, like they should be locked in a padded cell. To hear him now say that a monster lived in their woods, that unto itself was terrifying. They had their first experience only 3 days after moving in. One of the main reasons Mom wanted to retire to the country was because she's obsessed with a couple of YouTube channels with raccoons. She planned to leave food by the woods and move it closer to the house as her new friends grew accustomed to her. Anyway, on the 3rd night, Mom looked outside to see if anything had found the food, and she saw something looking at it, from just inside the tree line. They hadn't had time to install the floodlights, but it looked to be the size of a raccoon standing up, so she got excited and called Dad over to watch too. Nothing happened for a few minutes, as if it was afraid of stepping into the open, but then the creature they believed to be standing on its hind legs suddenly stretched to its full height. It had only been crouching before, and now the shadowy creature stood taller than a grown man. The clear sky provided just enough light to see that it was definitely covered in fur, and a long arm reached out to pull back a branch blocking its way. Mom screamed, and the figure's head turned towards the house with a low growl before taking off through the woods. Mom believed it was Bigfoot, but Dad thought that it was some jackass in a costume, and he was pissed. He called the police, but they didn't want to send someone as nothing had actually happened, and no one was in immediate danger. The next morning, Dad went to look at the spot where they saw it, and they found huge footprints with only 4 toes on each. He wears a size 12. His own foot was swallowed by this thing's tracks, but what really confused him was how deep they were. If any regular person had worn something in order to make those prints, they wouldn't have been nearly as deep. Likewise, if someone had simply pressed something into the ground, it would have also appeared differently, and the perpetrator would have left their real tracks behind as well. The floodlights went up the next day, but nothing out of the ordinary happened for 3 more weeks. By then, they'd pretty much forgotten about the incident entirely, and Mom had finally gotten a couple of raccoons to come see her each night. Pebbles and Bam Bam wouldn't let her get close yet, but she was working on it. Well, they were showing up at pretty much the same time each night, but now they were suddenly nowhere to be found. Finally, she peeked out of the window and saw the creature eating the raccoon's steak fat and rib bones with its hands, like a person. She managed to stifle her scream and get Dad before it finished. Oh, and don't worry about Pebbles and Bam Bam, though. They went on to have a big family, and they visit all the time, but only when it's actually safe to do so. Anyway, Dad grabbed his shotgun and ran out onto the porch, still thinking that it was a person. He screamed for them to leave, or he would shoot. The creature dropped the food, turned towards him, and let out a guttural growl that sent chills down his spine. Its mouth opened wide to reveal a black tongue and huge yellow teeth. He said it almost looked like a gorilla, except it was built like a person, and it had big bald spots all over, like it had mange. That's when he realized it wasn't a costume, because no human could ever make a sound like that. He raised the shotgun as the creature charged and fired a round directly into its chest, but it just kept coming. He got inside, slammed the door, just as it leapt onto the porch. For almost 20 minutes, it scratched and banged on the door, before finally leaving. Dad called the police again, but knew better than to say they were being attacked by a monster, so he stuck with his costume story. They arrived a few minutes after the creature left, and only then did Dad go back outside. The officers didn't know what to make of the heavy doors, deep gashes, and splintered wood, but they took pictures and made a report. That happened the Sunday after Thanksgiving, and luckily, my parents replaced the door the following day because the creature came back more often after that, like it had a personal vendetta against my dad. So yeah, fast forward to my arrival, and they were pretty on edge by then, but they spent a lot of their retirement money on fixing that place up. They couldn't and still can't afford to move, so they didn't want to worry me. I really don't know what I thought when they first told me. It's such a wild story to take in, especially from your completely normal family, but any doubts I had were completely erased when I saw it for myself on Christmas Eve. It was just like they said. You just can't understand something like that until you've experienced it firsthand. We were opening presents and having a nice night when there was suddenly an awful banging on the side of the house. My mom sat staring into space. Dad hugged his shotgun, and I very quietly snuck a peek out the window I wish so much that I hadn't, but I needed to know for sure. After 10 or 15 minutes, it left, and I didn't see it again. But I hated leaving my parents there like that. In the years since, they've started putting food right inside the tree line every few days. Sometimes it will eat and leave, and sometimes it'll disappear entirely for months at a time. But they still have the occasional attack, and I'm absolutely terrified of going back. They've gotten so used to it that they just keep insisting it's safe. But I just can't get on board with normalizing this insanity. I know I'll end up going in the end, but it makes me feel better to pretend I might not, and to finally get all of this off my chest, so thanks for listening, and Merry Christmas. Be safe out there, especially if you're traveling. Something weird is going on around our property, and I'm just wondering if anyone else has experienced anything like this. We live in southern Georgia, just a half hour away from the Florida border, and we have a lot of land. Much of it is wooded. We've been here around a year, and we also have lots of chickens, some goats, and a few cows. Our only child, Lizzie, is in college now. So it's currently just me and my husband, Saul. It's a lot of work, but we lived in a small town, crowded apartment complex before this. So we were especially grateful to find such an amazing property within our price range. But why was it so cheap, you ask? Well, the previous owner was very upfront about a tragedy that occurred back in the 60s. A man had killed his wife and 2 daughters before ending his own life, which, yes, is tragic, but we've never been too superstitious. The guy selling it to us was also a skeptic who got it dirt cheap, but he couldn't take care of the place by himself anymore. His kids had all started families of their own. His wife passed away the previous year, and now he just wanted to move closer to his grandkids. Basically, we thought that we hit the jackpot. It was like fate wanted us to have this property. And I know what you're thinking, and no, we aren't being haunted. Nothing strange has happened inside the house, only outside. If a ghost is responsible for the events I'm about to share, then holy crap, I had no idea spirits were so terrifying. Okay, so down to it. I guess the first thing happened about a month after we moved. We had just started feeling settled into our new routines and gotten comfortable with all of the animals when Saul found 3 dead blackbirds in the back of the barn. They didn't appear to have any injuries, so we wondered if they might have been sick. But then we remembered the rat poison, those green pellets, and we thought that's what had done it. We didn't have any cats or dogs, so we thought it would be okay, but we got rid of them after that. A few weeks later, I woke up to find a huge dead possum left on our doorstep. I had no idea they got so big, and this time, the cause of death was apparent. The poor thing's throat was actually crushed. It looked like a massive hand closed around its neck and just squeezed. I screamed for my husband, and he came running. Obviously, the possum didn't wander onto our doorstep and unalive itself, so someone had to put it there, right? We called the police. They agreed the animal seemed to have been killed and placed deliberately, but we don't exactly have neighbors or enemies, no one that would have a reason to mess with us, so nothing really came of it. We got one of those doorbell cameras after that, but again, all was well for a while. I know the next one happened in March, because it was the weekend before our daughter's birthday. We drove the 2 hours to her college and went shopping before going to dinner, and then Saul and I drove home. It was around 9:30 when we got back. Our driveway is about half a mile long, and it cuts straight through the woods. Saul was driving, and I was scrolling through Facebook when he suddenly slammed on the brakes and gasped in terror. I looked up just in time to see a large, either brown or black, shape disappear into the woods. Saul punched the gas as soon as it was out of sight. I couldn't get a word out of him until we were inside and all of the doors and windows were locked. He described the thing in the driveway as gorilla-like in appearance and in the way that it walked on its hind legs but leaned on its front. When the lights first hit the creature, it turned towards us just a second before hurrying away, and its face is what frightened Saul the most. Its eyes were big, black holes. It didn't have a nose or lips. Likewise, the mouth was just another black hole, only slightly larger than its eyes. We were scared shitless. After that, we bought trail cams, but nothing else happened for almost 4 months. It was the weekend after the 4th of July when we received a dead armadillo on our front step. As disgusting as it was, we were actually relieved because we should have finally had something on camera, but we didn't. We watched the recording eagerly, only saw a dark shape standing in the distance. We didn't even notice it until it moved in order to throw the armadillo at the door. We found footprints that would look human if not for how incredibly wide they were, or the fact that they only had 4 toes. We collected all the trail cam footage, but still didn't get anything concrete, just a few blurry images or questionable shapes. Since all of the other incidents were so spread out, we thought that we would have a while before the next one. But it was only a few days before we found a big, dead snake at our door. Our daughter came home for 2 weeks at the end of her summer break, and on her first night here, we all stayed up late just catching up and hanging out. Sometime around midnight, the animals started going crazy outside. Chickens, cows, goats, all of them. We told Lizzie it was probably just a fox or a coyote, and Saul went out with his shotgun. But she could tell that I was too nervous for it to just be another animal. I actually screamed when we heard the gun go off. I didn't want to frighten her, but once that girl gets started on something, there's no stopping her until she knows every detail. Once I did tell her, she was skeptical anyway, so that was fine. And Saul always was a better liar than me. When he returned, he was so convincing that even I believed he had only killed a snake. I didn't learn the truth until we were getting into bed that night. He'd seen the creature again. I still can't believe how composed he was for Lizzie, but there were tears in his eyes as he described what happened. By the time he got to the animals, the chickens had gone quiet, so he went to check on the cows and goats. When he got into the barn, all the animals were huddled together into the far corners of their stalls, like they were trying to get away from something. Saul shined his light in the direction that they were staring and saw the creature standing atop one of the railings. It jumped down and ran towards my husband. That's when he fired, but it just kept coming and continued straight past him, out of the barn, and back into the woods. He didn't see how he could have missed the shot, but admitted to closing his eyes when he squeezed the trigger. I'm just grateful he wasn't hurt, and that none of our animals were on the doorstep the following morning. We were fortunate enough for nothing else to happen while Lizzie was home, but 2 weeks later we found another armadillo at our door. And the day after that, it was a skunk. It was around this time we got a weird picture that almost seemed like the creature had stuck its face up to the camera, but that was the only one really worth noting, and we aren't even sure about it. Finally, I had to ask, if it's smart enough to avoid cameras, maybe this is a human in a costume after all. What if someone had just been messing with us this whole time? But there's no doubt in Saul's mind. He's fully convinced this thing can't be human. He's looked into the black holes that are its eyes and insists nothing is behind them. It also smells like death, like its insides are already rotting. Sometime after Halloween, we woke up to find 6 blackbirds on our doorstep, and the doorbell camera showed a hulking figure throwing them at the house, one by one. We'd had enough, Saul drove over an hour to borrow 2 small bear traps from a friend. I didn't like the idea, but we didn't have any animals that weren't securely locked away at night, so I didn't have much of an argument. They were left out just after nightfall and collected first thing in the morning, just to be extra cautious, but they only lasted for a few days. One morning, we woke to find both traps had been broken, like they were bent and warped, as if someone tried to crumple them like paper, but couldn't quite crush it all the way. That scared me more than anything else we had seen. The strength it must have taken is unbelievable. Much more than what it would take to chuck a dead animal at our doorstep. We had a nearly 2-month break after that, until we woke up to find another giant possum on our doorstep. That happened just a few weeks ago, so we're probably due for another visit any time now. The randomness of it is one of the worst parts. You just never know when something is going to happen. And it's never what you're expecting it to be. Never. If I go up to the door and peek out the side window to see if there are any bulky shapes on the stoop, nothing will be there. It's only the mornings, when my mind is completely elsewhere, when I'm rushing to get out of the house without thinking that something is inevitably going to be waiting for me. I just don't understand. Even when it had the chance, it never hurt us. Technically, it's never even threatened us. Not really. When it charged at Saul, he'd been blocking the only exit, and despite the fact that he shot at it, the creature still just ran past him. And though it did disturb the animals, it could have killed them all by now. Yet it only kills things in the forest. I just can't shake the feeling that it thinks it's leaving us gifts, like a cat. I'm not saying I want to pet it, I'm just curious. I've never seen anything so terrifying, and I haven't even seen its face. Saul wakes up in cold sweats all the time because he has nightmares about the holes in its face. If I had known that groups like this exist, I would have shared our story sooner. But my daughter only just told me about you all a few days ago. Since then, I've been reading other people's stories while working up the courage to write this. I just don't know if anyone has the slightest idea of what it could be. Even if you aren't sure, all guesses are welcome. Thanks for reading.